Hello everyone, welcome to the Mysterious Stories channel, where you'll discover the most mysterious, scary, and fascinating stories. Make sure to turn up the volume and get ready for a spine-chilling experience you won't forget. Day 1. The beginning of the journey. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a golden hue over the dense jungle as Captain Takashi gave the signal to move out. The team of 12 soldiers, each equipped with full gear, began their trek into the unknown, with the mission to check 5 remote border posts. Spirits were high, but the weight of the dense jungle loomed over them like an unspoken warning. Stay vigilant and stick together, Captain Takashi reminded the group as they disappeared into the foliage. By mid-morning, the team had made good progress. The jungle was alive with the sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the distant calls of monkeys, and the rustling of leaves. The thick canopy overhead provided some relief from the heat, but the humidity was oppressive. Sergeant Li Wei walked alongside Corporal Ananda, discussing the day's route. "We'll reach the first checkpoint by dusk if we maintain this pace," Li Wei said, consulting his map. "Just make sure everyone stays hydrated and alert." As the afternoon wore on, the jungle grew quieter, the air thick with an eerie silence. Corporal Ananda noticed subtle signs of human activity: discarded wrappers, an old campfire, and footprints that led deeper into the jungle. "Looks like we're not the only ones out here," he murmured to himself. The group paused for a brief rest and lunch, each soldier taking the opportunity to hydrate and check their equipment. Captain Takashi gathered his men, emphasizing the importance of caution as they continued deeper into the wilderness. "We don't know who else might be out here," he warned. "Smugglers, illegal border crossers, or worse. Keep your eyes and ears open." As they neared the first checkpoint, the team came across an old, dilapidated structure, perhaps a remnant of a previous border patrol. The air grew cold, and an unsettling feeling crept over the soldiers. Sergeant Li Wei and Corporal Ananda went to investigate the structure. Inside, they found old documents and personal belongings, indicating that the place had been abandoned in haste. "It feels like they left in a hurry," Ananda observed, holding up a tattered photograph of a family. Suddenly, a distant, mournful wail echoed through the jungle, sending chills down their spines. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, but Captain Takashi remained stoic. "Let's move," he ordered, leading the team away from the eerie structure. By dusk, the team reached their first checkpoint, a small clearing surrounded by towering trees. They set up their tents and prepared a modest dinner. The mood was tense, each soldier lost in their thoughts about the day's journey. As night fell, the jungle seemed to come alive with strange sounds, rustling leaves, distant whispers, and the occasional snap of a twig. Corporal Ananda, on the first watch, couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. "It's just the jungle playing tricks on you," he told himself, gripping his rifle tightly. Hours passed, and the jungle grew darker, the only light coming from the soldiers' campfire. Corporal Ananda thought he saw a shadow move just beyond the fire's light, but dismissed it as his imagination. Just as he was about to wake Sergeant Li Wei for the next watch, he heard it again, the mournful wail they had encountered earlier. This time, it was closer. Ananda's heart pounded in his chest as he scanned the darkness, but he saw nothing. "Stay focused," he whispered to himself, trying to maintain his composure. As the night deepened, the eerie atmosphere grew more oppressive. Sergeant Li Wei took over the watch, patrolling the perimeter of the camp. The whispers seemed to grow louder, almost as if they were coming from right behind him. He spun around, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. "Just my mind playing tricks," Li Wei muttered, though he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The night continued with the soldiers on edge, each one sensing an unseen presence lurking just out of sight. Captain Takashi, although outwardly calm, felt the weight of responsibility for his men and the ominous sense that their mission was just beginning. Day 2. The Unseen Watchers. The first light of dawn began to filter through the dense canopy, casting eerie shadows as the team broke camp. The soldiers were weary from a restless night, their eyes red from lack of sleep. Captain Takashi rallied his men, his voice firm despite the unsettling atmosphere. "Pack up and move out," he ordered. "We need to reach the second checkpoint by dusk." The soldiers moved quickly, the sense of urgency palpable. Corporal Ananda couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as they left the clearing behind. The team continued their trek through the jungle, the terrain becoming more challenging. The dense foliage and rugged landscape made progress slow. Sergeant Li Wei led the way, his keen eye scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. "Keep your eyes peeled," he instructed the team. "The jungle is full of surprises." As they moved deeper into the territory, they encountered signs of recent human activity: broken branches, trampled undergrowth, and the occasional discarded item. "Looks like someone passed through here recently," Li Wei noted. "Stay alert." By early afternoon, the team reached a narrow ravine. They descended carefully, using ropes to navigate the steep slopes. At the bottom, they found an old, weathered sign marking the border. "This must be an old checkpoint," Captain Takashi observed. "We'll set up camp here tonight." As they explored the area, Corporal Ananda noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. He turned quickly, but saw nothing. "Probably just a trick of the light," he muttered to himself, though he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As the sun began to set, the team set up their camp in the ravine. The atmosphere was tense, the shadows growing longer and more ominous. Sergeant Li Wei took first watch, patrolling the perimeter with his rifle at the ready. "Stay close to the fire," he advised the others. "The jungle is unpredictable at night." As darkness fell, the jungle came alive with sounds: the chirping of insects, the rustling of leaves, and distant animal calls. The soldiers huddled around the fire, their eyes darting nervously at every sound. The night grew darker, the fire casting flickering shadows on the walls of the ravine. Suddenly, they heard it again, the faint whispers that had haunted them the previous night. "Did you hear that?" Corporal Ananda asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The soldiers nodded, their faces pale. The whispers grew louder, almost as if they were coming from all around them. Sergeant Li Wei stood up, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. "Show yourselves," he demanded, his voice echoing in the ravine. "Show yourselves," he demanded, his voice echoing in the ravine. There was no response, only the eerie silence of the jungle. The whispers faded, leaving the soldiers on edge. As midnight approached, the jungle grew eerily silent. The soldiers took turns on watch, their nerves frayed from the constant tension. Captain Takashi sat by the fire, deep in thought. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing at the edge of the camp. It was a woman, her clothes tattered and her eyes hollow. She pointed towards the jungle, her mouth moving silently. "Who are you?" Takashi asked, but the figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He turned to his men, who had also seen the apparition. "We need to stay vigilant," he said. "There's something out there, and it's watching us." Sergeant Li Wei took over the watch, his senses heightened by the day's events. As he patrolled the perimeter, he felt a sudden chill, as if the temperature had dropped. He turned to see a group of shadowy figures standing just beyond the fire's light. Their faces were obscured, but their presence was undeniable. Li Wei raised his rifle, but the figures vanished into the darkness. "Stay calm," he told himself, though his heart was pounding. "It's just your mind playing tricks." The night dragged on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The soldiers huddled together, the sense of dread growing with each passing hour. Day 3. Shadows of the Past. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the jungle canopy, the soldiers woke up from a fitful sleep. The eerie events of the previous night weighed heavily on their minds. Captain Takashi called the team together for a briefing. "We need to reach the second checkpoint by dusk," he said, his voice firm. "Stay focused and stay together." The team packed up their camp quickly, eager to leave the unsettling ravine behind. Corporal Ananda couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, but he kept his thoughts to himself as they began their trek. The jungle seemed denser and more oppressive as the team moved deeper into it. The air was thick with humidity, and the sounds of the jungle seemed amplified. Sergeant Lee Wei led the way, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. "We're making good progress," he said, consulting his map. "But we need to be cautious. This area is known for illegal activities." As they moved forward, they came across an old, overgrown trail. The path was barely visible, but it seemed to lead in the direction of the second checkpoint. Captain Takashi decided to follow it, hoping it would save them time. By early afternoon, the team encountered more signs of recent human activity: a makeshift campfire, discarded clothing, and footprints leading deeper into the jungle. Corporal Ananda examined the items closely. "These look fresh," he said. "Whoever was here, they didn't leave long ago." The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Captain Takashi signaled for the team to move cautiously, their senses on high alert. As the sun began to set, the team reached an old, abandoned village. The buildings were in ruins, overgrown with vines and foliage. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves. "This place gives me the creeps," Sergeant Lee Wei muttered, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Captain Takashi ordered the team to search the area for any signs of recent activity. As they explored the village, Corporal Ananda found an old journal hidden among the ruins. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but the writing was still legible. "It's a journal from someone who lived here," Ananda said, showing the journal to Takashi. The entries detailed the life of the villagers, their struggles, and the eventual abandonment of the village due to a series of mysterious disappearances. The last entry was a chilling account of strange shadows and whispers in the night. "We need to keep moving," Takashi said, his voice tense. "This place is not safe." By dusk, the team set up their camp near the edge of the village, their nerves frayed from the day's discoveries. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing longer and more menacing. As night fell, the soldiers huddled around the campfire, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The journal's entries weighed heavily on their minds, the sense of dread growing with each passing moment. "Keep your weapons ready," Captain Takashi advised. "We don't know what we're dealing with out here." As midnight approached, the jungle grew eerily silent. The soldiers took turns on watch, their eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. Corporal Ananda was on first watch, his senses heightened by the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing at the edge of the camp. It was a man, dressed in tattered clothes, his face gaunt and hollow. Ananda raised his rifle, his heart pounding in his chest. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling. The figure did not respond, its eyes fixed on Ananda. Slowly, it began to move closer, its footsteps silent on the forest floor. Ananda's grip tightened on his rifle, his mind racing. "Stay back," he shouted, but the figure continued to advance. Just as Ananda was about to fire, the figure vanished into thin air. He stood there, breathing heavily, his mind struggling to process what he had just seen. The other soldiers, alerted by Ananda's shout, gathered around him. "What happened?" Sergeant Lee Wei asked, his eyes wide with concern. Ananda explained the encounter, his voice shaking. Captain Takashi listened intently, his expression grave. "We're dealing with something beyond our understanding," he said. "Stay vigilant. This jungle holds many secrets." As the night wore on, the soldiers remained on high alert, their eyes darting nervously at every sound. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the sense of unease growing with each passing hour. Sergeant Lee Wei took over the watch, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. He felt a sudden chill, as if the temperature had dropped. The shadows seemed to move, their forms shifting and changing. "We're not alone," he whispered to himself, his grip tightening on his rifle. The night dragged on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The soldiers huddled together, their nerves frayed and their minds haunted by the ghostly apparition. Day 4, whispers in the dark. The dawn broke over the jungle, But instead of bringing relief, it cast an eerie light on the soldiers' faces. The night's events left them exhausted and uneasy. Captain Takashi gathered his team for a briefing. "We need to reach the third checkpoint today," he said, trying to sound confident. "Stay sharp and stick together." The soldiers packed up their camp quickly, the oppressive atmosphere of the abandoned village pressing on them as they prepared to move out. The team trudged through the dense jungle, the air thick with humidity and tension. Sergeant Li Wei led the way, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. "Keep your formation tight," he instructed. "We can't afford to get separated." As they moved deeper into the jungle, they noticed the wildlife had become eerily silent. No birdsong, no rustling of animals, just the oppressive silence that seemed to grow heavier with each step. By early afternoon, the team came across a narrow, overgrown trail that diverged from their planned route. The trail seemed ancient, with stone markers barely visible under the thick vines and foliage. "This isn't on the map," Corporal Ananda noted, examining the markers. "It looks like it hasn't been used in decades." Captain Takashi decided to follow the trail, hoping it might lead to the third checkpoint. As they proceeded, the jungle seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing darker and more oppressive. The trail led them to a clearing where they found an ancient stone structure, half buried in the earth. It looked like an old shrine, covered in moss and vines. The air around the shrine was cold, a stark contrast to the humid jungle. "This is odd," Sergeant Li Wei said, his voice echoing in the silence. "I've never seen anything like this out here." The soldiers explored the area, their movements cautious. Corporal Ananda found a stone tablet with inscriptions, though he couldn't read them. Captain Takashi felt a growing sense of unease. "Let's not linger here," he said. "We need to keep moving." As dusk approached, the team set up camp near the ancient shrine, their nerves frayed from the day's discoveries. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to intensify, the shadows growing longer and more menacing. "Keep your weapons ready," Captain Takashi advised. "We don't know what's out here." The soldiers huddled around the campfire, their eyes darting nervously at every sound. The oppressive silence of the jungle seemed to weigh heavily on them, the sense of dread growing with each passing moment. As night fell, the jungle came alive with whispers. The soldiers could hear them all around, faint, indistinct voices carried on the wind. Corporal Ananda was on first watch, his senses heightened by the eerie atmosphere. "Can you hear that?" he whispered to Sergeant Li Wei. Li Wei nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "It's like they're all around us," he replied. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The soldiers huddled closer to the fire, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the camp, extinguishing the fire. "Stay calm," Captain Takashi ordered, though his voice betrayed his own fear. "Get the fire going again." As the soldiers scrambled to relight the fire, the whispers seemed to close in on them. Shadows moved at the edge of their vision, their forms indistinct and unsettling. As midnight approached, the jungle grew eerily silent once more. The soldiers took turns on watch, their eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. Captain Takashi was on watch when he saw a figure standing near the shrine. It was the same gaunt, hollow-eyed figure from the previous night. The apparition seemed to be watching them, its presence unsettling. Takashi raised his rifle, his heart pounding. "Who are you?" he demanded, but the figure remained silent, its eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, the figure raised its hand and pointed towards the jungle. Takashi felt a chill run down his spine as he followed its gaze. In the distance, he saw more figures, shadowy forms moving through the trees. "Wake up," he shouted, alerting the others. "We're not alone." The soldiers sprang to their feet, their weapons at the ready. The shadowy figures seemed to close in on them, their movements slow and deliberate. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening. "Stay together," Sergeant Li Wei shouted, his voice barely audible over the din. "Don't let them separate us." As the night wore on, the soldiers found themselves surrounded by the shadowy figures. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to crush them, the whispers growing louder and more menacing. Captain Takashi struggled to keep his team focused. "We need to move," he ordered. "We can't stay here." As they prepared to leave, one of the shadowy figures lunged at Corporal Ananda. He fired his rifle, but the figure vanished before the bullet could hit. The other soldiers fired into the darkness, but their bullets seemed to have no effect. "It's like they're not even real," Ananda said, his voice shaking. The team retreated, their movements frantic. The shadowy figures followed, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the darkness becoming almost suffocating. Day 5. The Forest of Lost Souls. As dawn broke, the soldiers were still on edge from the previous night's encounter. They had managed to evade the shadowy figures, but the experience left them shaken and exhausted. Captain Takashi called for a quick meeting. "We can't let fear control us," he said firmly. "We need to reach the third checkpoint today and secure it. Stay focused and stay together." The soldiers nodded, their faces pale but determined. They packed up their camp quickly and resumed their journey, leaving the eerie shrine behind. The jungle felt more oppressive than ever. The air was thick with humidity, and an unnatural silence hung over the forest. As they moved deeper into the jungle, the soldiers noticed the trees seemed to be whispering. It was a faint, almost inaudible sound, but it grew louder with each step they took. "Do you hear that?" Corporal Ananda asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's like the trees are talking." Sergeant Li Wei replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Captain Takashi motioned for the team to keep moving. "Ignore it," he said. "Focus on the mission." By early afternoon, the team came across a hidden path that seemed to lead deeper into the jungle. The path was barely visible, overgrown with thick vegetation, but it appeared to be a shortcut to the third checkpoint. "We need to be careful," Takashi said, his eyes narrowing. "This path looks like it hasn't been used in years." The soldiers proceeded cautiously, their senses heightened. As they walked, the whispers grew louder, filling the air with an eerie, almost hypnotic hum. The hidden path led the team to an abandoned campsite. The remains of old tents and equipment were scattered around, overgrown with vines and foliage. It was clear that whoever had been there had left in a hurry. "This must have been another patrol," Li Wei said, examining the remnants. "But why did they leave so suddenly?" Ananda found a weathered journal among the debris. The entries detailed the experiences of the previous patrol, their encounters with strange phenomena, and their growing fear. The last entry was a frantic scrawl, warning of unseen entities and urging anyone who found the journal to leave immediately. "This doesn't look good," Ananda said, showing the journal to Takashi. "We can't let this scare us," Takashi replied, though his voice betrayed his own unease. "We need to reach the third checkpoint before nightfall." As dusk approached, the team set up camp near the abandoned site. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to weigh heavily on them, the whispers growing louder and more insistent. "Stay vigilant," Takashi advised. "We don't know what we're dealing with." The soldiers huddled around a small fire, their eyes darting nervously at every sound. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the shadows growing longer and more menacing. As night fell, the jungle grew eerily silent. The soldiers took turns on watch, their eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. Corporal Ananda was on first watch when he saw the first figure. It was a gaunt, hollow-eyed apparition, similar to the one they had encountered before. The figure stood at the edge of the camp, watching them silently. Ananda's heart pounded in his chest as he raised his rifle. "They're back," he whispered, alerting the others. The soldiers sprang to their feet, their weapons at the ready. The apparition remained still, its eyes fixed on them. Slowly, more figures emerged from the darkness, their forms ghostly and indistinct. "What do they want?" Li Wei asked, his voice trembling. "I don't know," Takashi replied, "but we can't let them scare us." As midnight approached, the apparitions grew bolder, moving closer to the camp. The whispers became voices, distinct and chilling. "Leave this place," One of the voices said, "You don't belong here." The soldiers felt a cold dread wash over them. The apparitions seemed to be the spirits of those who had died in the jungle, their souls trapped and unable to find peace. "We need to leave," Ananda said, his voice shaking. "We can't stay here." "Not yet," Takashi replied, though he knew their situation was dire. "We need to hold out until dawn." As the night wore on, the apparitions grew more aggressive. They moved closer, their ghostly forms almost tangible. The soldiers fired their rifles, but the bullets seemed to have no effect. "It's like they're not even real," Li Wei said, his voice filled with fear. The team huddled together, their backs to the fire. The apparitions surrounded them, their voices growing louder and more menacing. "Leave this place," the voices repeated, "or face the same fate." Takashi knew they couldn't stay there much longer. "We need to make a break for it," he said, his voice firm. "On my signal, we run." The soldiers nodded, their faces pale but determined. Takashi took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. "Now!" he shouted, and the team sprang into action, running through the darkness with the apparitions close behind. Day 6. The relentless pursuit. The team continued to run through the dense jungle, the apparitions close on their heels. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to press in around them, making every step feel like a struggle. "We need to keep moving," Captain Takashi urged, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "We can't let them catch us." As the first light of dawn began to break, the apparitions started to fade, their forms becoming less distinct. The soldiers finally slowed to a halt, gasping for breath. "Are they gone?" Corporal Ananda asked, his voice trembling. "For now," Sergeant Li Wei replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "But we need to stay vigilant." The soldiers found a small clearing and took a moment to regroup. They were exhausted, both physically and mentally. Captain Takashi called for a brief rest. "We need to get our bearings," he said, pulling out his map. "The third checkpoint should be just ahead. If we can reach it, we might find some answers." They quickly ate a small breakfast and rehydrated, their nerves still frayed from the night before. The jungle around them seemed eerily silent, as if holding its breath. By early afternoon, the team reached the third checkpoint. It was a small, dilapidated outpost that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The structures were overgrown with vines and moss, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. "This place gives me the creeps," Ananda muttered, glancing around nervously. "Stay focused," Takashi said, his eyes narrowing. "We need to search the area and see if we can find any clues about what happened here." The soldiers spread out, their movements cautious. In one of the buildings, Li Wei found a set of old documents detailing the experiences of previous patrols. The report spoke of strange occurrences and disappearances, similar to what they had been experiencing. "It looks like we're not the first ones to encounter these things," Li Wei said, showing the documents to Takashi. "We need to be careful," Takashi replied. "There might be something here that can help us understand what's happening." While exploring the outpost, Ananda stumbled upon a hidden trapdoor beneath the floorboards of one of the buildings. He called the others over, and they cautiously opened it, revealing a dark, narrow staircase leading down into the earth. "What do you think is down there?" Ananda asked, peering into the darkness. "Only one way to find out," Takashi replied, grabbing a flashlight. "Stay close and watch each other's backs." The soldiers descended the staircase, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The air grew colder and more oppressive the deeper they went. At the bottom of the stairs, they found a small chamber, filled with ancient artifacts and strange symbols carved into the walls. "What is this place?" Li Wei whispered, his voice echoing in the confined space. "It looks like some kind of shrine," Takashi said, examining the symbols. "Maybe it has something to do with the apparitions we've been seeing." As they explored the chamber, they found a set of old scrolls, written in a language none of them could read. Among the artifacts was a small, intricately carved amulet. Takashi felt a strange pull towards it and carefully picked it up. "This might be important," he said, slipping the amulet into his pocket. "Let's get back to the surface and figure out our next move." As the sun began to set, the soldiers made their way back to the surface. The jungle seemed even more oppressive in the fading light, and an uneasy silence hung over the outpost. "We should set up camp here," Takashi said. "It's defensible, and we need to rest." The soldiers set up a perimeter and built a small fire, their eyes constantly scanning the darkness. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to grow heavier as night fell, and the whispering voices began to return. "Stay alert," Takashi warned. "They're coming." Just as he spoke, shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, surrounding the camp. The soldiers raised their weapons, their hearts pounding in their chests. "Hold your ground," Li Wei shouted, firing into the darkness. "Don't let them get close." As the battle raged on, Takashi felt the amulet in his pocket grow warm. An idea formed in his mind, and he pulled it out, holding it up to the apparitions. The shadowy figures hesitated, their forms flickering. "It's working," Ananda shouted. "Keep it up." Takashi stepped forward, the amulet glowing brighter. The apparitions seemed to recoil from its light, their forms becoming more indistinct. "We need to find out more about this amulet," Takashi said, his voice strained. "It might be the key to stopping them." As the amulet's light grew brighter, the apparitions began to retreat, disappearing into the darkness. The soldiers stood their ground, their breath coming in ragged gasps. "We made it through another night," Li Wei said, his voice filled with relief. "But we need answers." Day 7. The Veil of Darkness. As dawn broke, the soldiers felt a sense of cautious relief. The apparitions had retreated, seemingly repelled by the amulet. Captain Takashi held the relic in his hand, its surface cool now, but still emanating a faint glow. "This amulet might be our only hope," Takashi said, looking at his comrades. "We need to find out more about it. The documents we found might have some clues," Sergeant Li Wei suggested. "Let's study them while we have some daylight." They gathered around the old documents, carefully unfolding the fragile papers. Although the language was foreign, some symbols resembled those on the amulet. "These look like protective symbols," Corporal Ananda observed. "Maybe this amulet is meant to keep the spirits at bay." With renewed determination, the team packed up and prepared to move towards the 4th checkpoint. They knew the journey would only get more treacherous as they ventured deeper into the jungle. "Stay close and keep your eyes open," Takashi instructed. "We don't know what else we might encounter." As they moved through the thick underbrush, the jungle seemed to watch them. The oppressive silence was occasionally broken by distant, unidentifiable sounds. By early afternoon, they stumbled upon an enormous tree that stood out from the rest of the jungle. Its bark was marked with the same symbols as the amulet. "This tree looks like it might be significant," Li Wei said, examining the carvings. Takashi approached the tree and held the amulet against the symbols. As he did, the amulet began to glow brighter, and a faint hum resonated from the tree. "I think this tree is connected to the amulet," Takashi said. "Maybe it's a marker of some sort." As they continued to study the tree, Ananda found a hidden compartment within its roots. Inside was a small, weathered book, filled with notes and drawings. "This might help us understand more," Ananda said, carefully opening the book. They found a clearing and sat down to study the book. The notes were written in the same ancient script, but some drawings depicted rituals and the use of the amulet to ward off spirits. "It looks like the amulet was used in rituals to protect against dark forces," Li Wei said, tracing the drawings with his finger. "Maybe it can help us find a way out of this jungle." As they pored over the book, the jungle around them seemed to grow darker. Even though the sun was still up, the oppressive atmosphere returned, and the whispering voices began to grow louder. "We need to keep moving," Takashi said, closing the book. "Let's try to reach the 4th checkpoint before nightfall." As dusk approached, the team reached the area marked as the 4th checkpoint. It was an old, abandoned village, with crumbling huts and overgrown pathways. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and an eerie silence hung over the place. "This place feels wrong," Ananda said, shivering, like something terrible happened here. They set up camp cautiously, their nerves on edge. The village seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to happen. As night fell, the whispering voices grew louder, echoing through the abandoned village. The soldiers huddled around their campfire, the amulet glowing faintly in Takashi's hand. "Stay close," Takashi said, his eyes scanning the darkness. "The spirits will be more aggressive tonight." The apparitions appeared again, their forms more distinct and menacing. They moved through the village, their hollow eyes fixed on the soldiers. "They're getting closer," Li Wei said, gripping his rifle tightly. Takashi held up the amulet, its light growing brighter. The apparitions hesitated, their forms flickering, but they didn't retreat this time. "It's not working as well," Ananda said, his voice filled with fear. As the apparitions closed in, Takashi remembered the book they had found. He quickly flipped through the pages, finding a drawing of a ritual using the amulet. "We need to perform the ritual," he said, his voice urgent. "It's our only chance." Following the instructions in the book, they formed a circle around the amulet, chanting the ancient words written in the book. The amulet's light grew stronger, casting a protective barrier around them. The apparitions screamed in rage, their forms distorting as they tried to break through the barrier. The soldiers continued chanting, their voices growing stronger as the amulet's light reached its peak. "It's working," Ananda shouted. "Keep going." The apparitions began to fade, their screams echoing into the night. The protective barrier held, and finally, the spirits were driven back into the darkness. "We did it," Li Wei said, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Day 8. The Awakening Shadows. The dawn brought a tentative peace to the abandoned village. The soldiers, though exhausted, were relieved that their ritual had kept the apparitions at bay through the night. They gathered their gear, ready to move out as soon as possible. "We can't stay here any longer," Captain Takashi said. "The spirits will come back. We need to reach the next checkpoint before nightfall." "Agreed," Sergeant Li Wei replied. "Let's move quickly. We don't know what else might be waiting for us." They packed their supplies and left the eerie village behind, hoping the amulet would continue to protect them. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the air grew thicker, and the oppressive atmosphere returned. The trees seemed to close in around them, and the whispering voices were never far away. "It's like the jungle itself is alive," Corporal Ananda remarked, his eyes scanning the dense foliage. "Watching us, stay alert," Takashi reminded them. "We can't afford to let our guard down." They moved cautiously, their senses heightened by the constant feeling of being watched. The amulet in Takashi's pocket pulsed with a faint warmth, a reminder of the protection it offered. By early afternoon, the team reached a fork in the path. One trail was marked on their map, leading to the next checkpoint. The other was overgrown and unmarked, but something about it seemed to call to them. "The map says we should go left," Li Wei said, pointing to the marked trail. "But that other path ... it feels like it's important." Takashi held the amulet, feeling its warmth intensify as he looked at the unmarked trail. "We should follow the amulet's guidance," he said. "It might lead us to something that can help us understand what's happening." Reluctantly, they took the overgrown path, pushing through the dense vegetation. The jungle seemed to close in even tighter around them, the whispering voices growing louder. As they continued along the unmarked path, the trees began to thin out, revealing a clearing ahead. The ground was scorched and barren, a stark contrast to the lush jungle around it. "This place feels wrong," Ananda said, shivering, "like it's cursed." They cautiously entered the clearing, the air thick with an oppressive energy. In the center stood a stone altar, covered in strange symbols and dried blood. "This must be some kind of ritual site," Li Wei said, examining the altar. "Maybe this is where the spirits are coming from." Takashi held the amulet up to the altar, its glow intensifying. The symbols on the stone seemed to respond, pulsing with a dark energy. "We need to perform another ritual," Takashi said, opening the book they had found. This might be the source of the spirit's power. As dusk approached, the soldiers prepared to perform the ritual described in the book. They gathered around the altar, forming a circle and chanting the ancient words. The amulet's light grew brighter, casting a protective barrier around them. The air grew colder, and the whispering voices turned into anguished wails. "It's working," Ananda said, his voice trembling, "but we need to keep going." The ground beneath the altar began to tremble, and dark shadows emerged, writhing and twisting in the air. The soldiers continued chanting, their voices growing stronger as the amulet's light reached its peak. "Hold the circle," Takashi shouted. "We can't let them break through." As the ritual reached its climax, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was taller and more menacing than the other apparitions, its eyes burning with an intense, malevolent light. "This must be their leader," Li Wei said, raising his weapon. "We need to destroy it." The figure moved towards them, its form flickering as it passed through the barrier. The soldiers fired at it, but their bullets seemed to have no effect. "The amulet," Takashi shouted, holding it up. "Use its power." Ananda grabbed the amulet, its light burning brighter than ever. He stepped forward, facing the shadowy figure head-on. "Back to where you came from," he shouted, thrusting the amulet towards the apparition. The figure let out a deafening scream, its form twisting and contorting as the amulet's light engulfed it. The other shadows began to retreat, their wails echoing through the night. "We did it," Takashi said, his voice filled with relief. "But we need to keep moving. There might be more of them." Day 9. The Unseen Enemy. The soldiers woke up to a heavy fog rolling through the clearing. The previous night's confrontation with the shadowy figure had left them exhausted, but they knew they had to press on. "We're close to the next checkpoint," Captain Takashi said, looking at his map. "We need to reach it before nightfall. Let's hope we don't encounter any more surprises." Sergeant Li Wei replied, trying to shake off the lingering fear from the night before. They packed their gear, the amulet now safely wrapped in cloth to avoid further exposure to the dark forces. The soldiers resumed their journey along a narrow trail that wound through thick foliage. The fog persisted, casting an eerie pall over the landscape. Every step seemed to echo in the dense mist. "This fog is making it hard to see," Corporal Ananda said, squinting into the gloom. "Stay close and keep your weapons ready." The path grew increasingly treacherous, with hidden roots and uneven ground threatening their progress. The oppressive silence was occasionally broken by distant, unsettling sounds that they couldn't quite identify. By early afternoon, they came upon an old wooden bridge spanning a narrow ravine. The bridge looked weathered and unstable, its boards creaking ominously. "We need to cross," Takashi said, surveying the rickety structure. "But we need to be careful." They began to cross one at a time, moving cautiously. The fog swirled around them, making it difficult to see where the ravine ended. The bridge swayed with each step, adding to their anxiety. "Watch your step," Li Wei called out. "We don't want any accidents." Halfway across, Ananda felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed strange symbols carved into the bridge's supports. "These look like the same symbols from the altar," he said, pointing them out. Takashi nodded. "We need to hurry. Something about this place doesn't feel right." On the other side of the bridge, the soldiers found a small, abandoned cabin nestled among the trees. The fog had lifted slightly, and the cabin's appearance was a welcome sight. "Let's check it out," Takashi said. "We might find some supplies or information." They cautiously entered the cabin, finding it dusty and neglected but intact. Inside, they discovered old maps and a journal lying on a table. "This journal might have some useful information," Li Wei said, flipping through the pages. "It looks like it was written by someone who knew about the spirits." The journal contained notes about the area's history, including references to ancient rituals and warnings about the restless spirits that haunted the borderlands. This confirms what we've been experiencing, Takashi said. We need to use this information to prepare for the next checkpoint. As night fell, the fog returned, thicker than before. The soldiers set up camp in the cabin, but the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to relax. The sounds of the forest seemed louder, and the whispers returned, more intense than ever. The fog is making it hard to see anything, Ananda said, nervously looking out the cabin's windows. It's like the forest is closing in on us. The journal had mentioned that the fog was a sign of the spirit's approach. The soldiers huddled around the fire, trying to stay alert. In the dead of night, the fog thickened, and the temperature dropped. The soldiers heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching the cabin. Their breath came in visible puffs as they listened intently. Someone or something is out there, Takashi whispered, gripping his weapon. Get ready. The cabin door creaked open, and the soldiers prepared for the worst. The fog swirled around them, and dark shapes began to form outside the windows. Stay inside and don't make any noise, Li Wei instructed, his voice steady despite the fear. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the doorway. It was another apparition, but this one seemed more solid, more intent. Its eyes glowed with a menacing light, and it moved with purpose. It's one of the spirits from the village, Ananda said, recognizing the familiar form. We need to drive it away. Takashi grabbed the amulet, holding it up as the figure advanced. The amulet's light flared, but the spirit seemed resistant. It's stronger than the others, Takashi said, his voice tense. We need to find a way to banish it for good. The spirit began to wail, its form flickering as it tried to break through the cabin's defenses. The soldiers fought to keep the protective barrier intact, their voices raised in a desperate chant. Keep the circle, Takashi shouted. We have to hold out until dawn. The amulet's light grew brighter, casting a powerful glow that pushed back the spirit. The apparition screamed in rage, its form distorting as the light forced it to retreat. It's working, Ananda shouted. We can't let up now. The spirit finally dissipated, its wails fading into the night. The fog began to lift, and the oppressive atmosphere lightened. We survived the night, Li Wei said, his voice trembling with relief. But we still have one more checkpoint to reach. Day 10, the final reckoning. As dawn broke, the fog had finally cleared, revealing the dense jungle path ahead. The soldiers were weary but determined, knowing that their final checkpoint was within reach. We've made it this far, Captain Takashi said, checking his map. Just a few more hours, and we'll reach the final border post. Let's hope we don't run into any more trouble, Sergeant Li Wei replied. But I have a feeling the worst is yet to come. They gathered their remaining supplies and started the final leg of their journey. The air was thick with anticipation and lingering fear from the night before. By mid-morning, the soldiers arrived at the final checkpoint, a small, isolated outpost surrounded by tall, ancient trees. The outpost was in disrepair, its wooden walls weathered and worn. This place looks like it hasn't been used in years, Corporal Ananda observed. We should check it out and secure the area. They carefully entered the outpost, finding old supplies and discarded equipment. The atmosphere was heavy, and the silence was almost oppressive. This place feels like it's holding its breath, Takashi said, his eyes scanning the surroundings. We need to be on high alert. As they explored the outpost, Ananda found a hidden room beneath the floorboards. Inside were old documents, maps, and a strange, ornate box. Look at this, Ananda said, opening the box. Inside was an ancient artifact, covered in strange symbols. This must be connected to the spirits, Li Wei said. Examining the artifact, we need to understand what it does. The documents revealed that the outpost had been abandoned because of the restless spirits that haunted the area. The artifact was said to have the power to bind the spirits, but it required a specific ritual to activate. We need to perform the ritual, Takashi said, reading the instructions. It's our only chance to put an end to this. As evening approached, the soldiers set up the ritual site in the outpost. They followed the instructions carefully, placing the artifact in the center and arranging the candles and symbols around it. "This is it," Takashi said. "We need to do this perfectly or risk unleashing more spirits." They began the ritual, chanting the ancient words as described in the documents. The artifact started to glow, and the air grew colder. "It's working," Ananda said, his breath visible in the frigid air. "But it's not over yet." As the sun set, the temperature dropped sharply. The outpost was bathed in an eerie twilight, and the whispers of the spirits grew louder. "They're coming," Li Wei said, his eyes wide with fear. "We need to finish the ritual quickly." The spirits began to appear, their forms writhing and twisting in the dim light. They moved toward the ritual site, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. "Keep chanting," Takashi shouted, his voice straining. "We can't let them disrupt the ritual." The spirits swirled around the outpost, their wails filling the air. The artifact's glow intensified, pushing back the apparitions. But the spirits seemed determined to break through. The ritual reached its climax, and a powerful wind howled through the outpost. The spirits became more aggressive, their forms coalescing into a massive, shadowy figure. "It's the leader of the spirits," Ananda shouted. "We need to drive it away." Takashi raised the artifact, its light piercing through the darkness. The shadowy figure roared, its form flickering as the artifact's power fought against it. "Hold your ground," Li Wei commanded, his voice unwavering. "We're almost there." The battle with the shadowy figure was intense, the soldiers pushing through their exhaustion and fear. The artifact's light blazed brighter, and with a final, powerful chant, the figure let out a deafening scream and vanished. As the last echoes of the spirit's wail faded, the outpost fell silent. The temperature began to rise, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. "It's over," Takashi said, breathing heavily. "We've done it, but at what cost?" Li Wei asked, looking around at the damaged outpost. "We've put an end to the haunting," Ananda said. "But we need to report this and ensure that no one else has to face what we've seen." As the first light of dawn touched the jungle, the soldiers prepared to return. They had survived the ordeal, but the experience had left its mark on them. "Let's head back," Takashi said. "We've completed our mission, but we need to get out of here." They made their way back through the jungle, their steps lighter, but their minds heavy with the memories of the past 10 days. "We'll tell our story," Li Wei said, "and make sure that what happened here is never forgotten." As they emerged from the jungle and back to safety, they knew that their ordeal was over, but the shadows of the borderlands would linger in their memories forever.
The Haunted Patrol, a soldier's tale of terror near the border. The night was unnervingly silent as our squad patrolled the dense forest near the border. The moon cast a pale, eerie glow over the landscape, creating ominous shadows that seemed to dance with every movement. We had been sent on a reconnaissance mission, tasked with surveying the area for any signs of enemy activity. Little did we know something far more sinister awaited us. As we moved deeper into the forest, an unsettling feeling began to wash over us. The air grew colder, and the once familiar sounds of nocturnal wildlife were replaced by an eerie silence. It felt as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Our squad leader, Sergeant Miller, signaled for us to halt. He gestured for us to stay quiet and listen. At first, there was nothing but the sound of our own breathing. Then, faintly, we heard it a whispering, almost like the murmurs of a distant conversation. It was coming from all around us, but we couldn't pinpoint the source. We continued forward, each step feeling heavier than the last. The whispering grew louder, more distinct. It was as if the forest was alive, and it was speaking to us. We couldn't understand the words, but the tone was clear. We were not welcome here. Suddenly, Private Johnson, the youngest member of our squad, let out a strangled cry. We turned to see him staring wide-eyed into the darkness, his face pale with fear. "Did you see that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "There was something ... someone ... right there." We strained our eyes, peering into the shadows, but saw nothing. Sergeant Miller ordered us to stay close and keep moving. The whispering seemed to follow us, growing louder and more insistent. It felt like we were being watched, stalked by unseen eyes. As we approached a small clearing, the temperature dropped dramatically. Our breath came out in visible puffs of steam. In the center of the clearing stood an old, dilapidated shrine, its weathered stones covered in moss and vines. The whispering was almost deafening now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to come from the shrine itself. Sergeant Miller motioned for us to investigate. As we cautiously approached the shrine, a sudden gust of wind blew through the clearing, extinguishing our flashlights. Panic set in as we fumbled in the darkness, trying to reignite the lights. When the flashlights finally flickered back to life, we were horrified to see figures standing around the shrine. They were translucent, ghostly apparitions of soldiers from a bygone era. Their eyes were hollow, and their faces twisted in expressions of agony and despair. They reached out to us, their mouths moving in silent pleas for help. We were frozen in terror, unable to move or speak. The apparitions began to close in on us, their hands almost touching. Just as they were about to reach us, Sergeant Miller shouted, "Run!" We bolted from the clearing, the ghostly figures chasing after us. The forest seemed to come alive, branches clawing at our clothes and roots tripping us up. The whispering had turned into anguished wails, echoing in our ears as we ran for our lives. We didn't stop until we were well out of the forest, our lungs burning and our hearts pounding. It was only then that we realized Private Johnson was missing. We searched for him, calling out his name, but there was no response. He had vanished without a trace. To this day, we don't know what happened to him. The official report states that he was lost during the mission, but those of us who were there know the truth. The forest near the border is haunted, and whatever dwells within it does not take kindly to intruders. We vow never to speak of that night again, but the memory haunts us still. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, we can still hear the whispering, a chilling reminder of the horrors we encountered on that fateful patrol. The days following our encounter were filled with unease. We tried to go about our duties, but the loss of Private Johnson weighed heavily on us. The forest seemed to taunt us with its silence, a stark contrast to the terror we had experienced. We couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. A week after the incident, we were ordered to return to the same area. The higher-ups believed that Johnson might still be out there, lost and disoriented. Despite our protests, we had no choice but to obey. The journey back to the forest was tense. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig set our nerves on edge. The memory of the apparitions was still fresh in our minds, and the thought of encountering them again filled us with dread. As we neared the clearing where the shrine stood, the temperature dropped once more. It was as if we had crossed an invisible threshold into another realm. The whispering began again, louder this time, more insistent. It was clear that we were not welcome. We reached the shrine, and there, standing in front of it, was Private Johnson. He was alive, but barely. His eyes were wide with terror, his clothes tattered and torn. He was muttering incoherently, repeating the same words over and over. "They won't let me leave." We rushed to him, trying to pull him away from the shrine, but he resisted. His strength was unnatural, fueled by sheer panic. It took all of us to subdue him and drag him back to our base. Johnson was never the same after that night. He spoke of seeing the ghosts again, of hearing their whispers in his dreams. He would wake up screaming, convinced that they were coming for him. No amount of therapy could rid him of the terror that had taken hold of his mind. Default texts for the rest of us, we were left with scars of our own. The haunted forest had changed us, left us with a deep-seated fear that we could never fully escape. The whispers still haunted our thoughts, a constant reminder of the horrors he had faced. The higher-ups eventually decided to abandon the area, declaring it off-limits for future missions. The official reason was the rough terrain and the danger it posed, but we knew the truth. The forest was cursed, and it was best left undisturbed. Years have passed since that fateful night, but the memories remain vivid. The forest near the border is a place of nightmares, a realm where the living and the dead coexist. And though we survived, we will never forget the price we paid for our intrusion. The haunted patrol will forever be a part of us, a dark chapter in our lives that we can never close. The whispers of the forest will always be there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next unwary soul to venture into its depths. And when they do, they will discover, as we did, that some places are better left alone. A tale of horror in the Russia-Ukraine war. In the heart of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine lies the Donetsk region, an area marked by intense fighting and bloodshed. The ongoing war has created an atmosphere ripe for tales of the supernatural. One such tale, whispered among the soldiers, is that of the Phantom Battalion, a ghostly regiment that appears and disappears, leaving behind a trail of fear and mystery. The war between Russia and Ukraine had intensified. The strategic town of Avdiivka in the Donetsk region was of particular importance. Both sides had fought fiercely for control, and the landscape was littered with the remnants of battle, burnt-out tanks, destroyed buildings, and the haunting silence of abandoned streets. Amidst this chaos, a Ukrainian reconnaissance unit was tasked with a perilous mission to infiltrate enemy lines and gather crucial intelligence. Captain Ivan Petrov led a small team of seasoned soldiers. They were to navigate through a series of underground tunnels, remnants from the Soviet era, which ran beneath Avdiivka and extended into no man's land. These tunnels, while offering cover, were also fraught with danger and tales of the unexplained. As the team descended into the tunnels, the air grew colder and the darkness more oppressive. Their flashlights cut through the gloom, revealing old Soviet murals and propaganda posters on the walls, ghosts of a bygone era. The silence was punctuated only by the distant echoes of the war above. About an hour into their journey, the soldiers began to hear unsettling sounds, whispers, footsteps, and distant, unidentifiable noises. Private Marco, the youngest member of the team, swore he saw shadows moving just beyond the reach of their lights. Dismissing it as nerves, Captain Petrov pressed on. However, The deeper they went, the stranger the occurrences became. Their radios, initially clear, began to emit static and distorted voices. At one point, Sergeant Alexei found an old blood-stained Soviet uniform neatly folded on a ledge, a chilling relic that seemed out of place. The team reached a large chamber that once served as a Soviet command post. As they spread out to secure the area, the temperature dropped suddenly. Frost formed on their gear, and breath became visible in the cold air. It was then that they saw them ghostly figures in old Soviet uniforms, marching in formation through the chamber. These apparitions were eerily silent, their expressions blank, and their eyes hollow. Captain Petrov, a rational man, struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. The Phantom Battalion moved as if reenacting a patrol, oblivious to the presence of the living soldiers. The air was thick with an unnatural chill, and the sense of dread was palpable. Private Marco, unable to contain his fear, fired a shot at the apparitions. The bullet passed through harmlessly, but the noise seemed to disrupt the phantoms. They turned, their empty eyes locking onto the soldiers. The air grew heavier, and an overwhelming sense of malevolence filled the chamber. Realizing the danger, Captain Petrov ordered a retreat. The team scrambled back through the tunnels, pursued by the chilling whispers and the sense of unseen eyes watching them. The journey back seemed endless, the oppressive atmosphere weighing on their minds. Emerging into the night, the soldiers were greeted by the familiar sounds of battle. They reported their encounter to their superiors, but were met with skepticism and dismissal. The official explanation was stress and exhaustion playing tricks on their minds. However, among the soldiers, the story of the Phantom Battalion spread like wildfire. Captain Petrov, a decorated officer, couldn't shake the feeling that what they encountered was real. The haunted look in his eyes told of a man who had faced something beyond comprehension. His reports, though unofficial, were documented in whispers and shared among the ranks. The tunnels beneath Avdiivka remained a place of fear and mystery. Soldiers avoided them whenever possible, and those who ventured down spoke of eerie occurrences, strange noises, ghostly apparitions, and the ever-present feeling of being watched. The legend of the Phantom Battalion became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the past horrors that still lingered in the shadows of war. In the months that followed, stories of supernatural encounters continued to emerge from various parts of the conflict zone. Whether these tales were born from the stress and trauma of war, or if they were genuine encounters with the unknown, remained a topic of debate. The Phantom Battalion of Donetsk stands as one of the most chilling stories to come out of the Russia-Ukraine war. It is a tale that blurs the lines between reality and the supernatural, reflecting the deep psychological impact of the conflict on those who fight it. As long as the war rages on, such stories will continue to haunt the minds of soldiers, serving as a grim reminder of the unseen forces that linger in the darkness. Echoes of the Fallen, a haunted Vietnam War tale. Vietnam War, deep in the jungle near the Laotian border. Introduce the main characters: Lieutenant Thomas, a battle-hardened leader; Private Anderson, a young recruit; and Sergeant Miller, the skeptical veteran. Establish the premise. The squad is tasked with investigating the mysterious disappearance of another unit in a remote, heavily forested area. The squad arrives at the last known location of the missing unit, finding an abandoned camp with signs of a struggle but no bodies. They find the unit's radio equipment, still operational but emitting strange static and faint, ghostly voices. As they explore, they discover unsettling clues, bloody dog tags, scattered personal belongings, and eerie carvings on trees depicting scenes of violence. The first night, the squad sets up camp for the night, but unease grips the men as they feel they are being watched. Lieutenant Thomas hears distant gunfire and screams that seem to come from all directions. Private Anderson sees ghostly figures moving through the trees, resembling the missing soldiers. The temperature drops suddenly, and an otherworldly mist envelops the camp. The squad experiences collective hallucinations, seeing their comrades in horrifying states of death and mutilation. The squad ventures deeper into the jungle, following the ghostly apparitions. They stumble upon an ancient, abandoned village, covered in vines and moss, with eerie stone statues and shrines. The apparitions become more frequent and violent, with the ghostly soldiers appearing to warn and plead with the squad. The men start to turn on each other, driven mad by the constant whispers and visions. Lieutenant Thomas finds an old journal written by a French soldier from the Indochina War, detailing similar hauntings and the curse of the village. The journal reveals that the village was cursed after a massacre by French soldiers decades earlier. The spirits of the villagers and soldiers trapped in a cycle of vengeance. The squad realizes they must break the curse to survive. They must find and return a sacred relic stolen by the French soldiers, now hidden deep in the jungle. The squad faces numerous supernatural challenges, including ghostly ambushes, shifting landscapes, and terrifying visions of their own deaths. They finally locate the relic, an ancient, ornate dagger, and prepare to return it to the shrine in the village. The journey back is fraught with danger as the spirits become increasingly aggressive. They perform the ritual under the guidance of the ghostly apparitions who reveal the truth of their own tragic deaths. Nightmare in the Rear Guard. On a cold winter night in 2023, a small town in Ukraine became a fierce battlefield. The Rear Guard unit, known as the Warlords, was tasked with defending the town from enemy attacks, assisting survivors, and maintaining order. The Warlords consisted of 10 soldiers led by Captain Dmitri and his second-in-command, Lieutenant Natasha. The other members were Sergei, Ivan, Roman, Alex, Nikolai, Kirill, and Mikhail. All were well-trained and experienced fighters. This town, once peaceful, had been transformed by war. Homes were destroyed, schools and hospitals lay in ruins, and residents had evacuated, leaving the warlords to defend the desolate place. One night, the warlords were ordered to check the old hospital, a temporary shelter for some survivors. As they navigated the rubble-filled streets and bombed-out buildings, the grim reality of war weighed heavily on them. Upon reaching the old hospital, they heard strange sounds coming from the basement. The noises were a mix of soft whispers and occasional terrifying screams. Captain Dmitri ordered his men to prepare for combat and led them into the basement. The hospital basement was pitch dark, illuminated only by their flashlights. The soldiers felt an eerie chill as they descended deeper. The whispers grew louder, and everyone sensed something was amiss. In one of the basement rooms, they found signs of a struggle and fresh bloodstains, but no bodies. An unexplainable fear gripped them. Lieutenant Natasha ordered everyone to stay alert and move to the next room. Suddenly, they heard a piercing scream and saw a shadowy figure darting through the darkness. The soldiers fired their weapons, but nothing hit the mark. A sense of dread filled Captain Dmitri as he realized they were not alone. As they tried to find their way out of the basement, they heard the distant rumble of artillery fire. The walls and ceiling shook, debris fell around them, and they knew they were not safe there. Captain Dmitri ordered a retreat to the surface, but upon emerging, they saw the town under heavy bombardment. Shells exploded nearby, and the enemy advanced closer. The warlords had to find shelter and contact headquarters. While hiding in an old building, they heard another scream from within. A cold fear seeped into their bones as they realized something unnatural was nearby. Sergei and Ivan went to investigate the noise, while the others prepared for a possible fight. Entering a room, they encountered a terrifying sight. Shadowy figures shaped like humans, but faceless, standing in the corner, staring at them. Sergei and Ivan fired their guns, but the bullets passed through the figures harmlessly. The shadows moved towards them, and a paralyzing fear gripped the soldiers. They felt an icy chill and struggled to breathe. Just then, Captain Dmitri and the rest of the unit arrived. They used flash grenades to momentarily dispel the shadows and pulled Sergei and Ivan out of the building. The warlord's ordeal continued through the cold, terrifying night. They faced human enemies and unexplainable supernatural forces. The battle to protect the town and its survivors raged on, with the soldiers unsure if they would survive the nightmare. Patrol of the Chernobyl Exclusion Zone. The Chernobyl Exclusion Zone, established after the catastrophic nuclear disaster in 1986, is a 30-kilometer radius area around the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. This zone remains largely uninhabited due to high levels of radiation, creating an eerie, desolate environment filled with abandoned buildings and overgrown vegetation. During the conflict, both Ukrainian and Russian forces have been reported to patrol the area due to its strategic significance. A group of Ukrainian soldiers was on a routine patrol in the Chernobyl exclusion zone at night. The silent, deserted streets of Pripyat, with its dilapidated Soviet-era buildings and remnants of a once bustling town, set the stage for an unnerving experience. As the soldiers moved cautiously through the town, they began hearing faint whispers and footsteps that seemed to come from all directions. Despite their training and the logical explanations, they tried to reassure themselves with the oppressive atmosphere of the zone began to weigh heavily on them. One soldier claimed to see shadowy figures moving just beyond their line of sight, darting in and out of the buildings. The most terrifying encounter occurred near the Ferris wheel, an iconic but ghostly landmark, Pripyat. The soldiers reported seeing a group of ghostly figures dressed in old Soviet military uniforms, marching silently through the square. These apparitions were semi-transparent, their faces expressionless, eyes hollow, and they appeared to be reenacting some long-forgotten patrol. One of the soldiers, whose grandfather had served in the Soviet army, felt a cold chill as he recognized the uniforms and the disciplined march. It was as if the spirits of soldiers who had once been stationed in the area or who had perished During the initial disaster response were still carrying out their duties. The soldiers, gripped by a deep sense of dread, quickly retreated from the area. They reported the incident to their superiors, who dismissed it as stress-induced hallucinations. However, the soldiers knew what they had seen and felt, and the encounter left a lasting impression on them. They avoided patrolling the Chernobyl exclusion zone at night whenever possible from then on. This tale has been passed around among troops and has become part of the folklore surrounding the war. The Chernobyl exclusion zone, with its history of tragedy and abandonment, serves as a potent backdrop for such supernatural encounters. The soldiers' experience reflects the psychological strain of operating in such an environment, where the past seems to linger just beneath the surface, waiting to intersect with the present. The ghostly patrol of the Chernobyl exclusion zone is just one of many eerie stories emerging from the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Whether seen as a product of heightened stress and fear or as genuine encounters with the supernatural, these tales add an extra layer of horror to the already grim realities of war. The ghosts of Bakhmut. The city of Bakhmut, a strategic location in eastern Ukraine, has witnessed intense fighting throughout the Russia-Ukraine war. Recently recaptured by Ukrainian forces, the city, now in ruins, has become a focal point for chilling tales of the supernatural. This is one such story, recounting the eerie experiences of soldiers in the aftermath of the battle. In the spring of 2024, Ukrainian forces launched a major offensive to retake Bakhmut from Russian occupation. The battle was fierce and bloody, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The city's once bustling streets were left in ruins, with buildings reduced to rubble and the echoes of conflict lingering in the air. Following their victory, Ukrainian troops were tasked with securing the area and rooting out any remaining threats. Among them was Sergeant Alexander, a seasoned soldier with numerous battles under his belt. His unit was assigned to patrol the devastated neighborhoods and ensure no enemy forces were hiding among the ruins. One evening, as Sergeant Alexander's unit moved through a particularly ravaged district, they began to notice strange occurrences. Unexplained cold spots, flickering lights, and distant, disembodied whispers filled the air. Private Mikola, a young recruit, swore he saw shadowy figures darting between the rubble, but his claims were met with skepticism. As the patrol continued, the soldiers' unease grew. They reached an old, bombed-out church at the edge of the city, its once grand facade now ghostly as silhouette against the darkening sky. The air inside was thick with an oppressive sense of dread, and the silence was broken only by the occasional creak of the damaged structure. While securing the church, the soldiers stumbled upon a gruesome discovery: remnants of a makeshift field hospital used by Russian troops. Blood-stained stretchers, discarded medical supplies, and hastily abandoned personal belongings littered the floor. The sense of unease intensified as they explored further. Sergeant Alexander found himself drawn to the altar, where an eerie light seemed to flicker. As he approached, the temperature dropped suddenly and a thick fog began to form. Out of the mist, ghostly figures in old military uniforms appeared, their faces pale and eyes hollow. One of the apparitions, a young woman in a nurse's uniform, reached out towards Alexander, her expression a mix of sorrow and desperation. Frozen in place, he could only watch as the ghostly figures moved through the church, reenacting scenes of triage and treatment. The sight was both haunting and heart-wrenching. Private Mikola, already on edge, panicked at the sight of the apparitions. He fired a shot, the sound echoing through the church and disrupting the spectral scene. The ghosts turned towards the soldiers, their eyes now filled with a chilling malevolence. The air grew colder, and the sense of danger was palpable. Realizing they were in over their heads, Sergeant Alexander ordered a retreat. The soldiers scrambled out of the church, the ghostly figures seemingly following them. As they ran, the whispers grew louder, and the cold seemed to cling to them like a shroud. Back at their base, the soldiers reported their encounter to their superiors. Their account was met with a mixture of disbelief and concern. The official explanation was that the soldiers were experiencing stress-induced hallucinations, a common occurrence in war zones. However, among the unit, the story of the haunted church quickly spread. Sergeant Alexander, a pragmatic man, struggled to reconcile what he had seen with his rational beliefs. He knew the horrors of war could leave deep psychological scars, but this experience felt different, more tangible, more real. The memory of the ghostly nurse's sorrowful eyes haunted his thoughts. The church at the edge of Bakhmut became a place of fear and mystery. Soldiers avoided it whenever possible, unwilling to face the chilling apparitions within. Stories of supernatural encounters continued to circulate, with some claiming to hear whispers or see shadowy figures in the ruined streets. As the war dragged on, the line between reality and the supernatural grew increasingly blurred for those on the front lines. The ghosts of Bakhmut served as a reminder of the unseen horrors that lurked in the shadows of war, haunting both the living and the dead. The Ghosts of Bakhmut is a recent and chilling tale from the Russia-Ukraine war, capturing the fear and mystery experienced by soldiers in the aftermath of intense conflict. It serves as a stark reminder of the psychological toll of war and the eerie presence of the past in the battle-scarred landscapes of the present. The Ghosts of Normandy. In the early hours of June 6, 1944, the beaches of Normandy were shrouded in mist, the salty air filled with the sounds of distant artillery and the quiet hum of approaching Allied forces. Among the first to land were the men of the 101st Airborne Division, tasked with securing key positions inland. Lieutenant Jack Turner led his platoon through the chaos of D-Day, pushing forward despite the heavy resistance. The horrors of war were all around them, but the men pressed on, driven by duty and the hope of ending the conflict. As night fell, the platoon found refuge in an old, abandoned chateau on the outskirts of a small village. The building had seen better days, its walls scarred by the ravages of time and conflict. Exhausted, the men set up camp, grateful for a moment's respite. Corporal Davis was on guard duty that night. The silence was unsettling, a stark contrast to the deafening noise of the battle they had just endured. As he walked to the perimeter, he heard faint whispers carried on the wind. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Help us," the voices seemed to say, barely audible over the rustling leaves. Davis felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see a figure standing at the edge of the forest, shrouded in darkness. The figure stepped into the moonlight, revealing the tattered uniform of a World War I soldier, his face pale and gaunt. "Who are you?" Davis called out, his voice trembling. The figure didn't respond, instead pointing towards the chateau. Davis's heart pounded in his chest as he followed the ghostly soldier's gaze. He knew he had to alert Lieutenant Turner. "Lieutenant, you need to see this," Davis whispered urgently, shaking Turner away. Turner gradually followed Davis outside, his eyes widening as he saw the spectral figure. The ghost began to move, leading them towards the cellar of the chateau. Hesitant but compelled, the men followed. The cellar door creaked open, revealing a dank, musty space. The ghost pointed to a corner where a hidden trapdoor lay partially covered by debris. Turner and Davis exchanged uneasy glances before clearing the debris and opening the trapdoor. A putrid smell wafted up from below, and with a deep breath, Turner descended into the darkness. His flashlight beam revealed a gruesome sight: dozens of skeletal remains, remnants of German uniforms, and personal effects. "These must be the prisoners," Turner muttered, his voice echoing in the confined space, "executed and hidden away." The ghost of the World War I soldier appeared again, his expression one of sorrow and relief. "Thank you," he whispered before fading into the darkness. Turner and Davis climbed back up, their minds reeling from what they had discovered. They reported their findings to command, who arranged for a proper burial for the remains. The platoon moved on, but the memory of that night lingered. Years later, Turner would tell the story to his grandchildren, reminding them that sometimes the past refuses to stay buried. The ghosts of Normandy had found peace, thanks to a chance encounter with the living, and the men who'd followed their spectral guide never forgot the lesson that even in the darkest of times, there are moments of humanity and closure. The Haunted Battlefield of Mariupol, a tale of horror in the Russia-Ukraine War. Mariupol, a strategic port city in southeastern Ukraine, has been a focal point of intense battles during the Russia-Ukraine War. The city changed hands multiple times, leaving behind a landscape scarred by fierce combat and heavy casualties. Amidst the ruins and the remnants of war, tales of supernatural encounters have emerged, particularly from the soldiers who recaptured and held the city. In the spring of 2022, Ukrainian forces launched a major offensive to reclaim Mariupol from Russian occupation. The battle was fierce and bloody, with both sides suffering significant losses. The city's streets were littered with the debris of war-destroyed vehicles, shattered buildings, and the bodies of fallen soldiers and civilians. After weeks of brutal fighting, Ukrainian forces finally regained control of Mariupol. The aftermath of the battle left a heavy toll on the soldiers who were tasked with securing the city and clearing the remaining threats. Among the ruins, they encountered not just remnants of war, but also something far more unsettling. Sergeant Andriy Kovalenko led a platoon assigned to patrol the city's outskirts and ensure no enemy forces were hiding among the ruins. One night, as they moved through a particularly devastated district, they began to hear strange noises, whispers, distant cries, and the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the empty streets. Private Yuri, a new recruit, claimed to have seen shadowy figures moving in the rubble. The figures seemed to vanish whenever he tried to get a closer look. The soldiers initially dismissed these sightings as nerves and exhaustion playing tricks on their minds. However, The eerie occurrences soon became too frequent to ignore. One of the most chilling encounters happened at an abandoned hospital on the edge of the city. The hospital had been a site of heavy fighting and was now a gutted shell, its halls filled with debris and the stench of death. The soldiers entered the building to search for any remaining Russian troops or booby traps. As they moved through the darkened corridors, their flashlights revealed scenes of bloody operating tables, makeshift morgues, and the scattered remains of those who had perished. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive sense of dread. In the surgical wing, the soldiers encountered something inexplicable. The temperature dropped suddenly, and a thick mist began to form, swirling around their legs. Out of the mist emerged ghostly figures, nurses and doctors in old, blood-stained uniforms, their faces twisted in expressions of anguish. These apparitions moved as if performing their duties, oblivious to the presence of the living. Private Yuri, already on edge from previous encounters, was assigned to check the hospital's basement, which housed the morgue. As he descended the stairs, the air grew colder, and an overwhelming sense of fear gripped him. His flashlight flickered, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. In the morgue he found rows of body bags and the skeletal remains of those who had died in the early days of the war. As he turned to leave, he saw them figures wrapped in sheets rising slowly from the gurneys. Their eyes were hollow, and their mouths opened in silent screams. Paralyzed with fear, Yuri stumbled backward, dropping his flashlight. The room was plunged into darkness. Save for the faint glow of emergency exit signs, Yuri's screams echoed through the hospital, drawing the attention of his comrades. They found him in a state of shock, babbling about the dead coming to life. His fellow soldiers, though skeptical, could not deny the palpable sense of dread that hung over the morgue. In the weeks that followed, reports of ghostly sightings and unexplained phenomena continued. Soldiers on night patrols spoke of encountering a phantom regiment soldiers in old uniforms, marching silently through the ruined streets. These apparitions appeared and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only an overwhelming sense of sorrow and fear. One particularly harrowing encounter involved Lieutenant Sasha, who claimed to have seen a ghostly figure of a young boy no older than 12 wandering through the rubble. The boy's eyes were filled with a haunting emptiness, and when Sasha tried to approach, the boy vanished into thin air. The encounters took a heavy toll on the soldiers' mental health. Many began to experience nightmares and flashbacks, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Some turned to alcohol to numb their fear, while others sought solace in prayer or superstitious rituals. The stories of the haunted hospital and the phantom regiment spread, quickly becoming part of the unit's lore. Commanders, concerned about the morale of their troops, ordered an investigation. Officially, the strange occurrences were attributed to stress and the psychological impact of prolonged combat. However, those who had experienced the encounters knew that something far more sinister was at play. The haunted battlefield of Mariupol stands as a grim testament to the horrors of war. The tales of supernatural encounters, whether born from the trauma of battle or from genuine experiences with the unknown, add an extra layer of terror to an already brutal conflict. As long as the war continues, the ghost of Mariupol will remain haunting the ruins and the memories of those who fought there. The haunting in the jungle. The dense jungles of Vietnam were a place of constant danger and unseen threats. For the soldiers of the 101st Airborne Division, every mission was a test of endurance and courage. Among them was Private James Harris, a young soldier who had quickly learned the harsh realities of war. Default text on humid evening, Harris and his platoon were deep in enemy territory on a reconnaissance mission. The jungle was alive with the sounds of insects and distant animal calls, but the soldiers moved with practiced silence, their senses on high alert. As night fell, the platoon set up a makeshift camp. Harris was on the first watch, his eyes scanning the darkened trees. The air was thick with humidity, and the only light came from the dim glow of the moon filtering through the canopy. It wasn't long before Harris began to feel an uneasy presence. The jungle, usually teeming with life, seemed to fall eerily silent. Then he heard it, a soft whispering, almost imperceptible, carried on the wind. James, the voice seemed to call, sending a chill down his spine. Harris tightened his grip on his rifle, straining to see through the darkness. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. James ... help us. He turned to wake Sergeant O'Neill, the platoon leader. Sarge, there's something out there. I can hear it calling my name. O'Neill listened, his face growing grim. Stay sharp, Harris. We'll check it out together. The two men ventured a short distance from the camp, the whispering guiding them deeper into the jungle. Suddenly they stumbled upon a small clearing, and what they saw made their blood run cold. In the center of the clearing stood the ghostly figures of soldiers, their uniforms tattered and their faces pale. They seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. Among them was a figure Harris recognized immediately as childhood friend, Private Tom Larson, who had gone missing in action months earlier. Tom, Harris whispered, disbelief and fear warring within him. Larson's ghostly figure stepped forward, his eyes filled with sorrow. James, we need your help. We can't move on. Our bodies are trapped in the caves nearby. You must find us and give us a proper burial. Harris felt a lump form in his throat. I promise, Tom, we'll find you. With that, the ghostly figures began to fade, their forms dissolving into the misty air. Harris and O'Neill returned to the camp, their minds racing with what they had witnessed. The next morning, they reported the encounter to their commanding officer, who, though skeptical, allowed them to search the area. With a small team, they retraced their steps to the clearing and began searching the nearby caves. After hours of searching, they found it a hidden cave filled with the remains of soldiers, their identities confirmed by the dog tags they still wore. Among them was Private Tom Larson. The remains were carefully recovered and later given a proper military burial. Harris felt a sense of closure and relief, knowing that he had honored his promise to his friend. The story of the haunted jungle spread among the troops, a reminder of the unseen toll of war. For Harris, it was a lesson that even in the darkest times, there are moments where the past reaches out, seeking peace and resolution. The haunting of Echo Ridge. In the rugged borderlands between the United States and Mexico, there lies a stretch of wilderness known as Echo Ridge, isolated and treacherous. It's a place where even the most experienced soldiers tread carefully. This is the story of Sergeant Marcus Bennett and his team of 10 soldiers who were sent on a routine patrol mission that quickly descended into a nightmare. Sergeant Marcus Bennett led his team, comprising Corporal David Harper, Private James Rodriguez, Private Emily Chen, Private Thomas Baker, Private Lucas Mitchell, Private Sophia Garcia, Private Ethan Davis, Private Rachel Thompson, Private Noel Lee, and Private Olivia Smith. Their mission was to patrol the remote region of Echo Ridge, known for its difficult terrain and sparse population. The first day of the patrol was uneventful as they made their way through dense forests and rocky outcrops. The air was thick with humidity, and the sun's heat was relentless. By evening, they set up camp in a small clearing, the silence of the forest only broken by the occasional rustling of leaves and distant animal calls. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped sharply. The team gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and trying to shake off the eerie feeling that seemed to settle over them. Private Mitchell, a superstitious soldier, mentioned hearing stories about Echo Ridge being haunted, but his comrades laughed it off. Around midnight, a thick fog rolled in, and strange whispers began to emanate from the forest. Private Chen, on first watch, thought she saw shadowy figures moving between the trees, but dismissed it as a trick of the fog. However, the whispers grew louder, and the air became charged with an unsettling energy. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the night. The soldiers sprang to their feet, weapons at the ready. They discovered that Private Rodriguez, who had gone to relieve himself, was missing. They searched the area, finding him disoriented and babbling about dark figures that tried to drag him away. His arms bore strange, scratch-like marks. Shaken but determined, the team continued their patrol the next day. Moving deeper into Echo Ridge, the forest seemed more oppressive, the shadows darker, and the whispers still echoed in their minds. They found an abandoned cabin and decided to use it as their next campsite. The cabin, old and decrepit, seemed to harbor its own secrets. Inside, they found old journals belonging to a previous inhabitant who wrote about strange occurrences and the disappearance of his family. The last entry was particularly disturbing. They come every night, drawn by fear. We cannot escape. As night fell, the soldiers prepared for another harrowing night. They fortified the cabin and took turns keeping watch. The fog returned, thicker than before, and with it came the whispers. This time they were more distinct, almost intelligible, like a chant in a forgotten language. Private Thompson, on second watch, saw shadowy figures moving closer to the cabin. She raised the alarm, and the team gathered, their flashlights piercing the fog. The shadows seemed to retreat, but they could feel eyes watching them from the darkness. Around 3 a.m., the cabin's old wooden door creaked open, though no one was near it. The team huddled together, weapons drawn, as the shadows entered the cabin. The temperature plummeted, and the shadows moved silently among them, their presence overwhelming. Private Garcia collapsed, screaming that something was inside her head. The shadows eventually retreated, leaving the team exhausted and terrified. Private Garcia was left in a catatonic state, her eyes wide with fear. With 2 soldiers incapacitated, the team decided to cut their patrol short and head back to their base. The journey back was arduous, the forest seeming to conspire against them. They felt watched and followed. Every rustle of leaves, and snap of twigs sending their hearts racing. They stumbled upon an ancient stone circle covered in moss and runes. The air around it was thick with an oppressive energy. The team realized this place was the source of the malevolent presence. Corporal Harper, who had been studying the journal, suggested performing a ritual described in its pages to break the curse. With no other choice, they decided to spend one last night at the stone circle. They gathered around the stones, following the ritual's instructions, which involved lighting candles and chanting the ancient words. The fog thickened, and the whispers grew louder, almost deafening. As they chanted, the shadows appeared, circling them. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to writhe in agony. The ground trembled, and a piercing scream echoed through the forest. The candles flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. Suddenly, a bright light erupted from the stones, banishing the shadows and lifting the fog. The oppressive energy dissipated, and the whispers fell silent. The team collapsed, exhausted but relieved. The next morning, the team made their way back to the base, carrying Private Garcia and Rodriguez. They reported their experience, but their superiors were skeptical, attributing it to stress and exhaustion. However, the soldiers knew the truth, what they had encountered. Sergeant Bennett kept the journal as a reminder of their ordeal, and the mark on Private Rodriguez's arm never faded. The team never spoke of the mission again, but the memories haunted their dreams, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked in Echo Ridge. And somewhere, deep in the forest, the shadows waited, whispering their ancient chants, ready to ensnare the next unwary soul who ventured into their domain. The Haunting of St. Agnes. The winter of 1943 was one of the harshest on record. The biting cold, the relentless snow, and the unyielding darkness made the war seem even more brutal. The Allies had received intelligence about a hidden German outpost in the remote village of St. Agnes, located deep within the Black Forest of Germany. The mission was simple: infiltrate, gather intelligence, and eliminate the threat. However, the reality of the mission would prove far more terrifying than any of the soldiers could have imagined. Lieutenant James Caldwell was chosen to lead the mission, a seasoned officer with countless successful missions under his belt. Caldwell was known for his tactical brilliance and unwavering resolve. His team consisted of 6 men: Sergeant William Bill Turner, Corporal Samuel Sam Hayes, Privates Thomas Don Dawson, Robert Bob Thompson, and the brothers John and Michael Mick O'Reilly. They set off on a cold December morning, their breath visible in the icy air. The forest was eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of snow under their boots. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became, the towering trees blocking out the scant sunlight. After hours of trekking, they finally arrived at St. Agnes, a village seemingly abandoned and frozen in time. The village had a sinister aura. The houses, though intact, were dark and empty. The church, which stood in the center, had its doors wide open, as if inviting them in. Caldwell decided to make the church their base of operations. As they entered, the air grew colder, and a sense of dread washed over them. The first night was uneventful, but the silence was unnerving. The men took turns keeping watch, the howling wind their only company. As dawn broke, Caldwell ordered a search of the village. They found nothing, no signs of life, no footprints in the snow, and no evidence of an enemy presence. It was as if the village had been abandoned overnight. That night, things took a darker turn. Turner, who was on the first watch, reported hearing whispers coming from the forest. Dismissing it as the wind, Caldwell reassured his men. But as the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They spoke in German, words of warning and despair. The next morning, they found Turner missing. His gear was still there, his rifle leaning against the wall, but he was nowhere to be found. A search of the village and the surrounding forest yielded nothing. The men were on edge, fear creeping into their minds. On the third night, the whispers returned, this time accompanied by shadows that moved just beyond the firelight. Caldwell ordered the men to stay close, their rifles at the ready. As the night deepened, the whispers turned into wails, the shadows growing bolder. Suddenly, Mick let out a scream. The men turned to see him being dragged into the darkness by unseen hands. They fired into the void, but it was too late. Mick was gone. Panic set in. The men, trained for combat and hardened by war, were now facing an enemy they couldn't see or understand. Caldwell tried to keep morale up, but the fear was palpable. They decided to fortify the church, barricading the doors and windows. That night the church was besieged. The wails and whispers were deafening, the shadows pressing against the barricades. Caldwell, clutching his rifle, saw a figure standing at the altar. It was a woman, her eyes hollow, her skin pale and translucent. She began to speak, her voice a chilling whisper. She told them of the village's dark past. During the early days of the war, the villagers had been accused of harboring Allied spies. In retaliation, German soldiers had slaughtered everyone, leaving the bodies to rot. The church had become a place of unspeakable horror, the villagers' spirits trapped in an eternal cycle of torment. As she spoke, the shadows grew closer, the temperature dropping further. The men fired at the shadows, but their bullets had no effect. The woman continued, telling them that the only way to break the curse was to find and bury the bodies, giving the spirits peace. With no other options, Caldwell and his remaining men ventured into the forest the next morning. Guided by the woman's spirit, they found a mass grave, the bodies frozen in time. They spent the day digging, their fingers numb from the cold. As they buried the last body, the forest grew silent, the oppressive darkness lifting. That night the church was quiet, the whispers were gone, the shadows no longer looming. The men, exhausted and haunted by what they had witnessed, finally slept. At dawn they left St. Agnes, the village now a ghost town, its dark past buried beneath the snow. Caldwell reported the mission as a success, but he never spoke of the horrors they had faced. The men who survived were forever changed, the shadows of St. Agnes following them long after the war had ended. Part 2. The return to St. Agnes. In the years following the war, Caldwell tried to put the memories of St. Agnes behind him, but the nightmares persisted, vivid and unrelenting. In 1950, 5 years after the war had ended, he received a letter from a German historian named Dr. Friedrich Weber. Dr. Weber had been researching the events in St. Agnes and had uncovered new information. He invited Caldwell to return to the village to help uncover the truth. Haunted by the past and desperate for closure, Caldwell agreed. He reached out to the remaining members of his team. Sam Hayes and Tom Dawson agreed to join him, despite their own lingering fears. Together they made their way back to the Black Forest. The journey to St. Agnes was eerily familiar. The forest seemed unchanged, the shadows as oppressive as ever. When they arrived, they found the village still abandoned, the church standing in silent vigil over the frozen landscape. Dr. Weber greeted them, his eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Dr. Weber led them to the church, where he had set up a makeshift research station. He explained that he had uncovered documents indicating that the massacre in St. Agnes had been part of a larger, darker ritual. The German soldiers, under the command of an SS officer named Heinrich Metzger, had been conducting occult experiments, attempting to summon and control dark forces. As night fell, the familiar whispers began. Dr. Weber, though intrigued, seemed unprepared for the chilling reality of the village's curse. The group decided to investigate the crypt beneath the church, hoping to find more clues. The air grew colder as they descended the stone steps, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows on the walls. In the crypt, they found ancient texts and artifacts, evidence of Metzger's ritualistic practices. The most disturbing discovery was a large, ornate mirror covered in runes. As Caldwell approached, the mirror began to shimmer, showing glimpses of the past. They saw the villagers' final moments, the terror and despair etched on their faces. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, releasing a chilling wind that extinguished their candles. The whispers turned to screams, and shadows began to move around them. In the chaos, Caldwell felt a cold hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw the spectral figure of Heinrich Metzger, his eyes burning with malevolence. Metzger spoke in a guttural voice, condemning them for disturbing his work. He revealed that his spirit was bound to the village, and he sought to complete his dark ritual. Caldwell, Hayes, and Dawson fought to maintain their composure, but the terror was overwhelming. Realizing they needed to break the ritual, Dr. Weber suggested they destroy the artifacts and texts. As they smashed the items, the shadows grew more agitated, the air filled with an unearthly wail. Metzger's spirit lashed out, but the group persevered, determined to end the curse once and for all. In a final, desperate act, Caldwell grabbed a nearby torch and set the remaining artifacts ablaze. The flames roared to life, consuming the dark relics. Metzger's spirit let out a blood-curdling scream before dissipating into the ether. The crypt fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. Emerging from the church, they found the village bathed in an eerie, tranquil light. The whispers were gone, the shadows no longer menacing. St. Agnes, it seemed, had finally found peace. Caldwell and his team left the village, their hearts heavy, but their spirits lighter. The horrors of St. Agnes would stay with them, but they had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. As they returned to their lives, they carried with them the memory of a place where the past and present had collided, where the shadows of war had given way to a haunting far more terrifying. Years later, Caldwell wrote a memoir detailing the events in St. Agnes. His account, though met with skepticism by many, became a source of fascination for those interested in the supernatural and the occult. Dr. Weber continued his research, publishing several papers on the intersection of war and the paranormal. The village of St. Agnes, though still abandoned, became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the mysteries of the past. The church, once a place of horror, stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. and the enduring power of courage in the face of darkness. And so the story of St. Agnes lived on, a chilling reminder of the shadows that linger at the edges of our. The haunting of St. Agnes. The winter of 1943 was one of the harshest on record. The biting cold, the relentless snow, and the unyielding darkness made the war seem even more brutal. The Allies had received intelligence about a hidden German outpost in the remote village of St. Agnes, located deep within the Black Forest of Germany. The mission was simple: infiltrate, gather intelligence, and eliminate the threat. However, the reality of the mission would prove far more terrifying than any of the soldiers could have imagined. Lieutenant James Caldwell was chosen to lead the mission, a seasoned officer with countless successful missions under his belt. Caldwell was known for his tactical brilliance and unwavering resolve. His team consisted of 6 men: Sergeant William Bill Turner, Corporal Samuel Sam Hayes, Privates Thomas Don Dawson, Robert Bob Thompson, and the brothers John and Michael Mick O'Reilly. They set off on a cold December morning, their breath visible in the icy air. The forest was eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of snow under their boots. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became, the towering trees blocking out the scant sunlight. After hours of trekking, they finally arrived at St. Agnes, a village seemingly abandoned and frozen in time. The village had a sinister aura. The houses, though intact, were dark and empty. The church, which stood in the center, had its doors wide open, as if inviting them in. Caldwell decided to make the church their base of operations. As they entered, the air grew colder, and a sense of dread washed over them. The first night was uneventful, but the silence was unnerving. The men took turns keeping watch, the howling wind their only company. As dawn broke, Caldwell ordered a search of the village. They found nothing, no signs of life, no footprints in the snow, and no evidence of an enemy presence. It was as if the village had been abandoned overnight. That night, things took a darker turn. Turner, who was on the first watch, reported hearing whispers coming from the forest. Dismissing it as the wind, Caldwell reassured his men. But as the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They spoke in German, words of warning and despair. The next morning, they found Turner missing. His gear was still there, his rifle leaning against the wall, but he was nowhere to be found. A search of the village and the surrounding forest yielded nothing. The men were on edge, fear creeping into their minds. On the third night, the whispers returned, this time accompanied by shadows that moved just beyond the firelight. Caldwell ordered the men to stay close, their rifles at the ready. As the night deepened, the whispers turned into wails, the shadows growing bolder. Suddenly, Mick let out a scream. The men turned to see him being dragged into the darkness by unseen hands. They fired into the void, but it was too late. Mick was gone. Panic set in. The men, trained for combat and hardened by war, were now facing an enemy they couldn't see or understand. Caldwell tried to keep morale up, but the fear was palpable. They decided to fortify the church, barricading the doors and windows. That night the church was besieged. The wails and whispers were deafening, the shadows pressing against the barricades. Caldwell, clutching his rifle, saw a figure standing at the altar. It was a woman, her eyes hollow, her skin pale and translucent. She began to speak, her voice a chilling whisper. She told them of the village's dark past. During the early days of the war, the villagers had been accused of harboring Allied spies. In retaliation, German soldiers had slaughtered everyone, leaving the bodies to rot. The church had become a place of unspeakable horror, the villagers' spirits trapped in an eternal cycle of torment. As she spoke, the shadows grew closer, the temperature dropping further. The men fired at the shadows, but their bullets had no effect. The woman continued, telling them that the only way to break the curse was to find and bury the bodies, giving the spirits peace. With no other options, Caldwell and his remaining men ventured into the forest the next morning, guided by the woman's spirit. They found a mass grave, the bodies frozen in time. They spent the day digging, their fingers numb from the cold. As they buried the last body, the forest grew silent, the oppressive darkness lifting. That night the church was quiet, the whispers were gone, the shadows no longer looming. The men, exhausted and haunted by what they had witnessed, finally slept. At dawn they left St. Agnes, the village now a ghost town, its dark past buried beneath the snow. Caldwell reported the mission as a success, but he never spoke of the horrors they had faced. The men who survived were forever changed, the shadows of St. Agnes following them long after the war had ended. Part 2. The return to St. Agnes. In the years following the war, Caldwell tried to put the memories of St. Agnes behind him, but the nightmares persisted, vivid and unrelenting. In 1950, 5 years after the war had ended, he received a letter from a German historian named Dr. Friedrich Weber. Dr. Weber had been researching the events in St. Agnes and had uncovered new information. He invited Caldwell to return to the village to help uncover the truth. Haunted by the past and desperate for closure, Caldwell agreed. He reached out to the remaining members of his team. Sam Hayes and Tom Dawson agreed to join him, despite their own lingering fears. Together they made their way back to the Black Forest. The journey to St. Agnes was eerily familiar. The forest seemed unchanged, the shadows as oppressive as ever. When they arrived, they found the village still abandoned, the church standing in silent vigil over the frozen landscape. Dr. Weber greeted them, his eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Dr. Weber led them to the church, where he had set up a makeshift research station. He explained that he had uncovered documents indicating that the massacre in St. Agnes had been part of a larger, darker ritual. The German soldiers, under the command of an SS officer named Heinrich Metzger, had been conducting occult experiments, attempting to summon and control dark forces. As night fell, the familiar whispers began. Dr. Weber, though intrigued, seemed unprepared for the chilling reality of the village's curse. The group decided to investigate the crypt beneath the church, hoping to find more clues. The air grew colder as they descended the stone steps, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows on the walls. In the crypt they found ancient texts and artifacts, evidence of Metzger's ritualistic practices. The most disturbing discovery was a large, ornate mirror covered in runes. As Caldwell approached, the mirror began to shimmer, showing glimpses of the past. They saw the villagers' final moments, the terror and despair etched on their faces. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, releasing a chilling wind that extinguished their candles. The whispers turned to screams, and shadows began to move around them. In the chaos, Caldwell felt a cold hand on his shoulder. Turning, he saw the spectral figure of Heinrich Metzger, his eyes burning with malevolence. Metzger spoke in a guttural voice, condemning them for disturbing his work. He revealed that his spirit was bound to the village, and he sought to complete his dark ritual. Caldwell, Hayes, and Dawson fought to maintain their composure, but the terror was overwhelming. Realizing they needed to break the ritual, Dr. Weber suggested they destroy the artifacts and texts. As they smashed the items, the shadows grew more agitated, the air filled with an unearthly wail. Metzger's spirit lashed out, but the group persevered, determined to end the curse once and for all. In a final, desperate act, Caldwell grabbed a nearby torch and set the remaining artifacts ablaze. The flames roared to life, consuming the dark relics. Metzger's spirit let out a blood-curdling scream before dissipating into the ether. The crypt fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. Emerging from the church, they found the village bathed in an eerie, tranquil light. The whispers were gone, the shadows no longer menacing. St. Agnes, it seemed, had finally found peace. Caldwell and his team left the village, their hearts heavy, but their spirits lighter. The horrors of St. Agnes would stay with them, but they had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. As they returned to their lives, they carried with them the memory of a place where the past and present had collided, where the shadows of war had given way to a haunting far more terrifying. Epilogue: The Legacy of St. Agnes. Years later, Caldwell wrote a memoir detailing the events in St. Agnes. His account, though met with skepticism by many, became a source of fascination for those interested in the supernatural and the occult. Dr. Weber continued his research, publishing several papers on the intersection of war and the paranormal. The village of St. Agnes, though still abandoned, became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the mysteries of the past. The church, once a place of horror, stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of courage in the face of darkness. And so the story of St. Agnes lived on, a chilling reminder of the shadows that linger at the edges of our. The mysterious jungle expedition. In a remote village, whispers about a hidden treasure deep within an uncharted forest caught the attention of a group of wealthy explorers. Determined to uncover the secret, they hired an experienced local hunter named Thing to guide them. Thing was known for his deep knowledge of the jungle and his bravery. As they embarked on their journey, the group was a mix of excitement and anxiety. The dense forest loomed ahead, its shadows hiding countless secrets. The first day was relatively uneventful as they made their way through the thick foliage, with Thing leading the way using an old, worn-out map rumour to reveal the treasure's location. As night fell, the group set up camp. The sounds of the jungle filled the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. Around the campfire, Thing shared stories of the forest's mysteries, including tales of spirits and creatures that haunted the area. The explorers laughed nervously, dismissing the stories as mere folklore. However, as the night grew darker, strange occurrences began. Unseen eyes seemed to watch them, and the air grew colder. Thing, sensing something was amiss, urged everyone to stay close and keep the fire burning. The first night passed with little sleep, as the group was haunted by strange sounds and fleeting shadows. The next morning, they continued deeper into the forest, with Thing becoming increasingly uneasy. The map seemed to lead them in circles, and the sense of being watched never left them. By the second night, the tension was palpable. The group huddled around the fire, unable to shake the feeling of impending danger. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached their camp. Thing grabbed his rifle, motioning for silence. The footsteps stopped just beyond the light of the fire, and a chilling voice called out Thing's name. Frozen with fear, Thing responded, and a figure stepped into the light. It was an old man, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. He claimed to be the guardian of the forest and warned them to leave immediately. Ignoring the warning, the explorers demanded to know the treasure's location. The guardian's expression turned grim as he foretold their doom should they proceed. Undeterred, the group pressed on the next day, driven by greed. Thing, though fearful, led them, feeling bound by duty. The journey became more perilous, with traps and obstacles appearing at every turn. The group's numbers dwindled as accidents and mysterious disappearances plagued them. By the time they reached the supposed location of the treasure, only Thing and a few explorers remained. In a final confrontation, the Guardian reappeared, revealing the true nature of the treasure, a cursed relic meant to remain hidden. As the explorers attempted to seize it, the forest came alive with vengeful spirits. Thing, realizing the truth, urged them to flee. In the chaos, only Thing managed to escape, returning to the village with a grave warning. Some secrets are meant to stay buried, and the jungle's wrath should never be challenged. The legend of the treasure and Thing's harrowing journey became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the perils that await those who let greed lead them into the unknown. The Phantom Battalion. In the winter of 1944, the European theater of World War II was embroiled in chaos. The Allies were pushing back against the Axis powers, but the war was far from over. In a remote part of the Ardennes forest, intelligence reports had surfaced about a secret German research facility rumored to be experimenting with unconventional warfare. The mission was clear: infiltrate, gather intelligence, and neutralize the threat. But as the soldiers would soon discover, the true nature of the enemy was far beyond anything they had imagined. Captain David Reynolds was assigned to lead the operation, a decorated officer with a reputation for strategic brilliance. Reynolds had handpicked a team of seasoned soldiers for the mission. His team included Lieutenant Jack Turner, Sergeant Bill Harris, Corporal Sam Miller, Privates Tom Collins, John Brooks, and the sharpshooter, Private Annie Lawson. They set off under the cover of darkness, navigating through the dense, snow-covered forest. The air was biting cold, and the silence was oppressive. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to close in around them, the trees casting long, eerie shadows. After hours of marching, they reached the edge of a small village called Waldheim, nestled in a secluded valley. Waldheim had an air of desolation. The houses were dark, the streets empty. The only sign of life was the church standing in the center, its doors slightly ajar. Reynolds decided to use the church as their base. Inside, the air was even colder, and a sense of foreboding hung over them. They set up a perimeter and took turns keeping watch. The first night passed uneventfully, though the men couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At dawn, Reynolds ordered a reconnaissance of the village. They found no signs of the enemy, but strange symbols were etched into the doors of the houses, and the villagers seemed to have vanished without a trace. Part 2. Unseen Threats. As night fell, the situation took a turn for the worse. Turner, who was on first watch, reported seeing flickering lights in the forest. The men dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the unease grew. Just past midnight, the whispers began. At first, they were barely audible, but soon they became insistent, speaking in a mix of German and an unknown language. The following morning, Miller found strange footprints around their camp, leading in and out of the forest. They seemed to appear and disappear without reason, as if the creature that made them had no physical form. The team was on edge, their nerves fraying under the weight of the unknown. On the third night, the situation escalated. The whispers grew louder. The lights in the forest closer. Suddenly, Brooks screamed. The team rushed to his position to find him staring into the trees, his eyes wide with terror. He claimed to have seen shadowy figures moving among the trees, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Reynolds tried to calm him, but the fear was contagious. Realizing they needed answers, Reynolds decided to search the forest during daylight. They found more strange symbols carved into the trees and remnants of what looked like old, hastily abandoned campsites. As they ventured deeper, they discovered an old, hidden path leading to a forgotten bunker. Part 3. The Bunker. The entrance to the bunker was partially collapsed, but they managed to clear a way in. Inside, the air was stale, and the walls were lined with strange, arcane symbols. It was clear that this was no ordinary military installation. They found documents detailing experiments on soldiers, attempting to harness supernatural forces to create invincible warriors. Deeper in the bunker, they encountered rooms filled with archaic equipment, jars containing preserved body parts, and tattered books on occult rituals. In the last room, they found a large, ominous stone altar covered in dried blood. It was clear that the facility's purpose had been far more sinister than they had imagined. As they prepared to leave, they heard footsteps echoing through the corridors. The temperature dropped sharply, and an overwhelming sense of dread filled the air. Reynolds ordered his men to ready their weapons. Emerging from the shadows were the spectral figures of soldiers, their faces twisted in agony. The bullets passed through them harmlessly, and the ghosts advanced, their hollow eyes filled with malice. In a desperate bid for survival, Reynolds ordered a retreat. They fought their way out of the bunker, the spectral soldiers following them into the forest. As they emerged into the fading daylight, the apparitions vanished, but the sense of terror remained. Part 4. The Siege of Waldheim. Back at the church, Reynolds and his men regrouped. They knew they had to find a way to neutralize the supernatural threat. Miller, who had some knowledge of folklore, suggested they find and destroy the source of the haunting, likely the altar in the bunker. As night fell, the church came under siege. The spectral soldiers surrounded the building, their whispers now a deafening cacophony. Shadows moved with a life of their own, and the temperature dropped to freezing levels. The men took turns firing at the apparitions, but it was futile. Lawson, the sharpshooter, kept a lookout from the church tower. She reported seeing more lights in the forest and verging on their position. Reynolds knew they were running out of time. They had to act fast. Part 5. The Final Stand. At dawn, Reynolds decided on a two-pronged plan. He would lead a small team back to the bunker to destroy the altar, while Turner and the rest would hold the church. Miller, Harris, and Collins volunteered to go with Reynolds. The journey to the bunker was harrowing. The forest seemed alive with malevolent forces, the trees whispering secrets of the past. They reached the bunker and set charges around the altar. As they prepared to detonate, the spectral soldiers reappeared, more aggressive than before. A fierce battle ensued. The men fought with everything they had, the air filled with the sounds of gunfire and unearthly wails. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, Reynolds gave the order to detonate the charges. The explosion rocked the bunker, the altar shattering into pieces. Back at the church, Turner and his men faced their own battle. The spectral soldiers grew more aggressive as the night wore on, their attacks relentless. Just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, the explosion in the bunker sent a shockwave through the forest. The apparitions screamed in agony and began to dissipate, the curse broken. Part 6. Aftermath. The dawn brought an eerie silence to Waldheim. The spectral soldiers were gone, and the oppressive darkness had lifted. Reynolds and his team returned to the church, battered but victorious. They had faced an enemy beyond comprehension and survived. Reynolds reported the mission as a success, though he left out the details of the supernatural. The official record would show that the team had neutralized a secret German research facility, but the truth of what they had faced remained with them. The men returned to their units, forever changed by the experience. The memories of Waldheim haunted them, a chilling reminder of the unseen horrors that lurk in the shadows of war. Reynolds, in his later years, would write a memoir detailing the events in full. It became a source of fascination and skepticism, a story passed down through generations as a testament to the darkness that humanity can unleash. Part 7. The shadows return. Several years passed since the mission in Waldheim. The remaining members of Reynolds' team had tried to move on with their lives, but the memories lingered. In 1950, Reynolds received a letter from a man named Dr. Friedrich Weber, a historian who had uncovered more information about the mysterious happenings in Waldheim. Dr. Weber requested Reynolds' assistance to further investigate the area, haunted by the past and seeking closure. Reynolds agreed. He contacted his old team. Turner, Harris, and Miller, still haunted by their experiences, decided to join him. The group set out once more for the forest that had scarred their souls. The journey back to Waldheim was filled with an eerie sense of déjà vu. The village looked just as abandoned as before, the church still standing in its foreboding silence. Dr. Weber greeted them at the church, explaining his research. He had discovered that the ritual performed by the Germans had not been fully completed, leaving the spirits restless. Part 8. The investigation deepens. Dr. Weber led them to various points of interest around Waldheim, including old German military posts and forgotten bunkers. The air grew colder as they delved deeper into the forest, uncovering more evidence of occult practices. Strange artifacts and books detailing dark rituals were found, confirming their worst fears. One night, as they reviewed their findings in the church, the whispers began again. This time they were clearer, more menacing. The spectral soldiers reappeared, their faces filled with even more rage and torment. Dr. Weber, though terrified, insisted on documenting everything. Reynolds, recognizing the signs of an impending attack, ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Part 9. The Battle for Survival. The nights grew increasingly perilous. The spectral soldiers' attacks were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. The team fortified the church as best as they could, but the apparitions always found a way to break through. The air was thick with fear and desperation. Dr. Weber, despite his initial bravado, was visibly shaken by the encounters. Reynolds knew that merely defending themselves would not be enough. They had to find a way to end the haunting once and for all. He decided to focus on the origins of the ritual. According to Dr. Weber's research, the ritual was meant to bind the spirits to the physical world, using the blood of the sacrificed soldiers as a tether. Destroying this tether might be their only hope. Part 10. A desperate plan. Dr. Weber's research indicated that the ritual was conducted in several stages, each stage requiring a specific location. The primary altar had been destroyed in their previous mission, but there were secondary sites scattered throughout the forest. Reynolds devised a plan to locate and destroy these sites, hoping to sever the spirit's connection to the world. The team split into two groups. Reynolds, Turner, and Dr. Weber formed the first group, while Harris, Miller, and Collins formed the second. Each group was to locate and destroy the altars, relying on the maps and notes Dr. Weber had collected. The forest was vast and filled with dangers, both natural and supernatural. Part 11. The hunt begins. Reynolds' group set out towards the northern part of the forest, where the first altar was believed to be located. The journey was arduous, the forest dense and unyielding. The temperature dropped as they moved deeper into the woods, and the whispers began again, more insistent and malevolent. They reached the first site just as night fell. The altar was a crude stone structure, covered in the same arcane symbols they had seen before. As they prepared to destroy it, the spectral soldiers attacked. The battle was fierce, but with coordinated effort, they managed to hold off the apparitions long enough to set the charges. The explosion shattered the altar, and the spirits screamed in agony before vanishing. Meanwhile, Harris' group faced their own challenges. They encountered traps and remnants of the German defenses, making their progress slow and dangerous. The forest seemed to fight against them, the very ground shifting under their feet. They finally reached their target, a small cave hidden by overgrowth. Inside, the altar waited. The battle was intense, but they managed to destroy it, causing the spirits to wail and retreat. Part 12. The Final Push. Both groups reconvened at the church, exhausted but determined. They had destroyed several altars, but the main threat remained. Dr. Weber revealed that the final stage of the ritual involved a central nexus, a place where the spirits were bound together. This nexus was located deep within the forest in a place known as the Black Hollow. The journey to the Black Hollow was the most perilous yet. The forest grew darker and more oppressive, the air filled with an unnatural chill. The whispers were now a constant presence. Knowing at their sanity, the team moved cautiously, every step a battle against the unseen forces trying to stop them. Part 13. The Heart of Darkness. They reached the Black Hollow as night fell. The nexus was a clearing dominated by a massive stone monolith covered in blood and ruins. The ground around it was scorched and barren, a stark contrast to the dense forest. The air was thick with malevolence, the spirits converging on the area in a swirling maelstrom of hate and despair. Reynolds ordered his men to set charges around the monolith, but as they worked, the spectral soldiers attacked with renewed ferocity. The battle was unlike any they had faced before. The spirits seemed to grow stronger, their forms more solid, and their attacks more vicious. The team fought desperately, knowing that failure here would mean doom for them all. Dr. Weber, despite his fear, managed to decipher part of the ritual. He realized that a final incantation was needed to break the spirit's hold. As Reynolds and his men fought off the spectral soldiers, Dr. Weber chanted the incantation, his voice growing stronger with each word. The spirits screamed in rage, their forms distorting as the power binding them began to weaken. Part 14. The final confrontation, the climax of the battle, was a blur of chaos and terror. The spirits attacked with everything they had, their rage palpable. Reynolds and his men held the line, buying time for Dr. Weber to finish the incantation. As the last words left his lips, the monolith began to crack, a blinding light emanating from within. With a final, desperate push, Reynolds ordered the charges to be detonated. The explosion rocked the clearing, the monolith shattering into pieces. The light grew brighter, enveloping the area. The spirits wailed in agony, their forms disintegrating in the brilliant light. As the light faded, an eerie silence fell over the black hollow. The spirits were gone, their malevolent presence erased. The team, battered and exhausted, surveyed the aftermath. The monolith was nothing but rubble, and the oppressive darkness had lifted. Part 15. The aftermath. The journey back to Waldheim was filled with a sense of relief and triumph. The curse that had haunted the forest was broken, the spirits finally at rest. Reynolds and his team returned to the church, where they rested and tended to their wounds. Dr. Weber documented everything, his notes and observations forming a comprehensive record of the events. Reynolds reported the mission as a success, though he once again omitted the supernatural elements. The official record would show that they had destroyed a series of enemy installations, but the true story remained with those who had lived it. Part 16. Years later. Years passed, and the men went their separate ways, each dealing with the memories in their own way. Reynolds retired from the military, but the events in Waldheim never left him. He published his memoirs, detailing the true story of the mission. It became a source of fascination and debate, with many dismissing it as fiction, but those who knew the truth understood the weight of his words. Dr. Weber continued his research, becoming a respected historian and occult expert. His work on the Waldheim incident became a cornerstone of his career, shedding light on the dark practices that had taken place during the war. The remaining members of the team stayed in touch, bound by their shared experience. They would occasionally reunite, reminiscing about the past and finding solace in each other's company. The forest of Waldheim, now peaceful, stood as a testament to their courage and the darkness they had faced. Part 17. The legacy. The story of Waldheim became a legend passed down through generations. It was a reminder of the horrors that lurk in the shadows and the strength of those who stand against them. The village itself remained abandoned, a ghostly reminder of the past. But the forest, now free of its malevolent spirits, began to heal. Reynolds, in his later years, found peace in knowing that they had done the right thing. The memories still haunted him, but he took comfort in the fact that they had freed the spirits trapped by the evil rituals. He spent his final years sharing his story, ensuring that the legacy of the Phantom Battalion would not be forgotten. The Haunted Battlefield of Mariupol, a tale of horror in the Russo-Ukraine War. Mariupol, a strategic port city in southeastern Ukraine, has been a focal point of intense battles during the Russo-Ukraine War. The city changed hands multiple times, leaving behind a landscape scarred by fierce combat and heavy casualties. Amidst the ruins and the remnants of war, tales of supernatural encounters have emerged, particularly from the soldiers who recaptured and held the city. In the spring of 2022, Ukrainian forces launched a major offensive to reclaim Mariupol from Russian occupation. The battle was fierce and bloody, with both sides suffering significant losses. The city's streets were littered with the debris of war-destroyed vehicles, shattered buildings, and the bodies of fallen soldiers and civilians. After weeks of brutal fighting, Ukrainian forces finally regained control of Mariupol. The aftermath of the battle left a heavy toll on the soldiers who were tasked with securing the city and clearing the remaining threats. Among the ruins, they encountered not just remnants of war, but also something far more unsettling. Sergeant Andriy Kovalenko led a platoon assigned to patrol the city's outskirts and ensure no enemy forces were hiding among the ruins. One night, as they moved through a particularly devastated district, they began to hear strange noises, whispers, distant cries, and the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the empty streets. Private Yuri, a new recruit, claimed to have seen shadowy figures moving in the rubble. The figures seemed to vanish whenever he tried to get a closer look. The soldiers initially dismissed these sightings as nerves and exhaustion playing tricks on their minds. However, the eerie occurrences soon became too frequent to ignore. One of the most chilling encounters happened at an abandoned hospital on the edge of the city. The hospital had been a site of heavy fighting and was now a gutted shell, its halls filled with debris and the stench of death. The soldiers entered the building to search for any remaining Russian troops or booby traps. As they moved through the darkened corridors, their flashlights revealed scenes of bloody operating tables, makeshift morgues, and the scattered remains of those who had perished. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive sense of dread. In the surgical wing, the soldiers encountered something inexplicable. The temperature dropped suddenly, and a thick mist began to form, swirling around their legs. Out of the mist emerged ghostly figures, nurses and doctors in old, blood-stained uniforms, their faces twisted in expressions of anguish. These apparitions moved as if performing their duties, oblivious to the presence of the living. Private Yuri, already on edge from previous encounters, was assigned to check the hospital's basement, which housed the morgue. As he descended the stairs, the air grew colder, and an overwhelming sense of fear gripped him. His flashlight flickered, casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. In the morgue, he found rows of body bags and the skeletal remains of those who had died in the early days of the war. As he turned to leave, he saw them figures wrapped in sheets rising slowly from the gurneys. Their eyes were hollow, and their mouths opened in silent screams. Paralyzed with fear, Yuri stumbled backward, dropping his flashlight. The room was plunged into darkness. Save for the faint glow of emergency exit signs, Yuri's screams echoed through the hospital, drawing the attention of his comrades. They found him in a state of shock, babbling about the dead coming to life. His fellow soldiers, though skeptical, could not deny the palpable sense of dread that hung over the morgue. In the weeks that followed, reports of ghostly sightings and unexplained phenomena continued. Soldiers on night patrols spoke of encountering a phantom regiment soldiers in old uniforms, marching silently through the ruined streets. These apparitions appeared and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only an overwhelming sense of sorrow and fear. One particularly harrowing encounter involved Lieutenant Sasha, who claimed to have seen a ghostly figure of a young boy no older than 12 wandering through the rubble. The boy's eyes were filled with a haunting emptiness, and when Sasha tried to approach, the boy vanished into thin air. The encounters took a heavy toll on the soldiers' mental health. Many began to experience nightmares and flashbacks, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Some turned to alcohol to numb their fear, while others sought solace in prayer or superstitious rituals. The stories of the haunted hospital and the phantom regiment spread, quickly becoming part of the unit's lore. Commanders, concerned about the morale of their troops, ordered an investigation. Officially, the strange occurrences were attributed to stress and the psychological impact of prolonged combat. However, those who had experienced the encounters knew that something far more sinister was at play. The haunted battlefield of Mariupol stands as a grim testament to the horrors of war. The tales of supernatural encounters, whether born from the trauma of battle or from genuine experiences with the unknown, add an extra layer of terror to an already brutal conflict. As long as the war continues, the ghost of Mariupol will remain haunting the ruins and the memories of those who fought there. The Phantom Battalion. Part 1. The mission begins. In the winter of 1944, the European theater of World War II was embroiled in chaos. The Allies were pushing back against the Axis powers, but the war was far from over. In a remote part of the Ardennes forest, intelligence reports had surfaced about a secret German research facility rumored to be experimenting with unconventional warfare. The mission was clear: infiltrate, gather intelligence, and neutralize the threat. But as the soldiers would soon discover, the true nature of the enemy was far beyond anything they had imagined. Captain David Reynolds was assigned to lead the operation, a decorated officer with a reputation for strategic brilliance. Reynolds had handpicked a team of seasoned soldiers for the mission. His team included Lieutenant Jack Turner, Sergeant Bill Harris, Corporal Sam Miller, Privates Tom Collins, John Brooks, and the sharpshooter, Private Annie Lawson. They set off under the cover of darkness, navigating through the dense, snow-covered forest. The air was biting cold, and the silence was oppressive. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to close in around them, the trees casting long, eerie shadows. After hours of marching, they reached the edge of a small village called Waldheim, nestled in a secluded valley. Waldheim had an air of desolation. The houses were dark, the streets empty. The only sign of life was the church standing in the center, its doors slightly ajar. Reynolds decided to use the church as their base. Inside, the air was even colder, and a sense of foreboding hung over them. They set up a perimeter and took turns keeping watch. The first night passed uneventfully, though the men couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At dawn, Reynolds ordered a reconnaissance of the village. They found no signs of the enemy, but strange symbols were etched into the doors of the houses, and the villagers seemed to have vanished without a trace. Part 2. Unseen Threats. As night fell, the situation took a turn for the worse. Turner, who was on first watch, reported seeing flickering lights in the forest. The men dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the unease grew. Just past midnight, the whispers began. At first, they were barely audible, but soon they became insistent, speaking in a mix of German and an unknown language. The following morning, Miller found strange footprints around their camp, leading in and out of the forest. They seemed to appear and disappear without reason, as if the creature that made them had no physical form. The team was on edge, their nerves fraying under the weight of the unknown. On the third night, the situation escalated. The whispers grew louder. The lights in the forest closer. Suddenly, Brooks screamed. The team rushed to his position to find him staring into the trees, his eyes wide with terror. He claimed to have seen shadowy figures moving among the trees, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Reynolds tried to calm him, but the fear was contagious. Realizing they needed answers, Reynolds decided to search the forest during daylight. They found more strange symbols carved into the trees and remnants of what looked like old, hastily abandoned campsites. As they ventured deeper, they discovered an old, hidden path leading to a forgotten bunker. Part 3. The bunker. The entrance to the bunker was partially collapsed, but they managed to clear a way in. Inside, the air was stale, and the walls were lined with strange, arcane symbols. It was clear that this was no ordinary military installation. They found documents detailing experiments on soldiers, attempting to harness supernatural forces to create invincible warriors. Deeper in the bunker, they encountered rooms filled with archaic equipment, jars containing preserved body parts, and tattered books on occult rituals. In the last room, they found a large, ominous stone altar covered in dried blood. It was clear that the facility's purpose had been far more sinister than they had imagined. As they prepared to leave, they heard footsteps echoing through the corridors. The temperature dropped sharply, and an overwhelming sense of dread filled the air. Reynolds ordered his men to ready their weapons. Emerging from the shadows were the spectral figures of soldiers, their faces twisted in agony. The bullets passed through them harmlessly, and the ghosts advanced, their hollow eyes filled with malice. In a desperate bid for survival, Reynolds ordered a retreat. They fought their way out of the bunker, the spectral soldiers following them into the forest. As they emerged into the fading daylight, the apparitions vanished, but the sense of terror remained. Part 4. The Siege of Waldheim. Back at the church, Reynolds and his men regrouped. They knew they had to find a way to neutralize the supernatural threat. Miller, who had some knowledge of folklore, suggested they find and destroy the source of the haunting, likely the altar in the bunker. As night fell, the church came under siege. The spectral soldiers surrounded the building, their whispers now a deafening cacophony. Shadows moved with a life of their own, and the temperature dropped to freezing levels. The men took turns firing at the apparitions, but it was futile. Lawson, the sharpshooter, kept a lookout from the church tower. She reported seeing more lights in the forest and verging on their position. Reynolds knew they were running out of time. They had to act fast. Part 5. The final stand at dawn. Reynolds decided on a two-pronged plan. He would lead a small team back to the bunker to destroy the altar, while Turner and the rest would hold the church. Miller, Harris, and Collins volunteered to go with Reynolds. The journey to the bunker was harrowing. The forest seemed alive with malevolent forces, the trees whispering secrets of the past. They reached the bunker and set charges around the altar. As they prepared to detonate, the spectral soldiers reappeared, more aggressive than before. A fierce battle ensued. The men fought with everything they had, the air filled with the sounds of gunfire and unearthly wails. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, Reynolds gave the order to detonate the charges. The explosion rocked the bunker, the altar shattering into pieces. Back at the church, Turner and his men faced their own battle. The spectral soldiers grew more aggressive as the night wore on, their attacks relentless. Just as it seemed they would be overwhelmed, the explosion in the bunker sent a shockwave through the forest. The apparitions screamed in agony and began to dissipate, the curse broken. Part 6. Aftermath. The dawn brought an eerie silence to Valtheim. The spectral soldiers were gone, and the oppressive darkness had lifted. Reynolds and his team returned to the church, battered but victorious. They had faced an enemy beyond comprehension and survived. Reynolds reported the mission as a success, though he left out the details of the supernatural. The official record would show that the team had neutralized a secret German research facility, but the truth of what they had faced remained with them. The men returned to their units, forever changed by the experience. The memories of Valtheim haunted them, a chilly reminder of the unseen horrors that lurk in the shadows of war. Reynolds, in his later years, would write a memoir detailing the events in full. It became a source of fascination and skepticism, a story passed down through generations as a testament to the darkness that humanity can unleash. The shadows of Severodonetsk. Severodonetsk, a city in eastern Ukraine, has been a critical battleground throughout the Russia-Ukraine war. The front lines have shifted multiple times, leaving the rear guard units to protect the city from constant artillery fire and the remnants of fierce combat. As these soldiers hold the line, they encounter not only the physical dangers of war, but also the eerie and supernatural phenomena that arise from the conflict's aftermath. Captain Ivan led the 3rd Platoon, a seasoned group of soldiers tasked with protecting the rear of Severodonetsk. Their mission was to secure key infrastructure, assist in evacuations, and repel any enemy forces that might break through the front lines. The platoon consisted of 30 men and women, each with their own stories and reasons for fight. As they settled into their positions, the soldiers couldn't ignore the city's eerie atmosphere. The once bustling streets were now silent, the buildings reduced to rubble. There was a sense of foreboding that seemed to linger in the air, a silent reminder of the horrors that had taken place. The initial days were marked by sporadic artillery fire, the distant thuds and the explosions, a constant reminder of the battle raging at the front. The platoon conducted regular patrols, securing key areas and checking for any remaining enemy forces. It was during one such patrol that the first signs of something unnatural began to appear. While patrolling a bombed-out school, Corporal Markova spotted movement in the shadows. She raised her rifle, signaling for silence. As they moved closer, they heard whispers, faint, indistinct voices echoing through the halls. The air grew colder, and the feeling of being watched intensified. Private Shevchenko, already nervous, felt a hand grip his shoulder. He turned, expecting to see a comrade, but there was no one there. He shrugged it off as his imagination, but the unease lingered. One evening, Captain Petrenko received orders to investigate an old hospital on the outskirts of the city. The hospital had been used as a field hospital by Russian forces and was rumored to be haunted by the spirits of those who had died there. The platoon was skeptical but followed orders nonetheless. As they entered the building, the temperature dropped noticeably. The air was thick with the smell of decay, and the silence was oppressive. The soldiers moved cautiously through the darkened halls, their flashlights casting eerie shadows on the walls. In the surgical wing, they found makeshift operating tables, bloodstains, and discarded medical supplies. It was here that the apparitions began to appear. Ghostly figures of doctors and nurses, their faces twisted in pain and anguish, moved through the room as if reenacting their final moments. The soldiers watched in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Sergeant Mikhailov, trying to maintain control, ordered the platoon to leave. As they turned to go, the apparitions turned their hollow eyes towards them, and a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing their flashlights. Panic set in, and the soldiers stumbled out of the hospital, their hearts racing. Back at their base, the platoon tried to make sense of what they had seen. Captain Petrenko reported the encounter to his superiors, but their account was met with disbelief. Officially, the strange occurrences were attributed to stress and the psychological toll of war. However, the encounters did not stop. On night patrols, soldiers began to see ghostly figures in old military uniforms, moving silently through the rubble. These apparitions, seemingly oblivious to the living, would disappear as quickly as they appeared. One particularly chilling encounter involved Private Shevchenko, who saw a group of ghostly soldiers marching through the ruins. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes hollow. When he tried to approach, they vanished, leaving behind only an eerie silence. As the front lines shifted, the platoon found themselves under increasing artillery fire. The enemy seemed to target their positions with uncanny accuracy, and the constant bombardment took a toll on their nerves. One night, during a particularly intense barrage, the platoon took shelter in a partially destroyed church. The building offered some protection, but the relentless shelling shook the very foundations. Amidst the chaos, strange phenomena began to occur. As the barrage continued, the ground beneath them trembled, and the ceiling began to collapse. The soldiers, desperate to survive, fought to maintain their composure. It was in this moment of crisis that they saw her, the ghostly figure of a woman in a tattered dress, standing amidst the destruction, her eyes filled with sorrow. Following the artillery barrage, the platoon was ordered to hold a defensive line in a network of trenches on the outskirts of the city. The trenches, filled with mud and debris, were a grim reminder of the ongoing conflict. The soldiers dug in, preparing for the next assault. It was in these trenches that the supernatural encounters reached a new level of intensity. At night, the soldiers heard voices, soft, pleading whispers that seemed to come from the very ground beneath them. The air was filled with an oppressive sense of dread, and many began to experience vivid nightmares. One night, as Sergeant Mikhailov stood watch, he saw ghostly figures emerging from the fog. These apparitions, dressed in the tattered uniforms of soldiers from various eras, moved silently through the trenches. Their eyes were filled with a haunting emptiness, and their bodies bore the scars of countless battles. Private Shevchenko, unable to sleep, joined Mikhailov at his post. Together they watched as the ghostly soldiers passed by, their faces etched with sorrow and pain. The two men exchanged a silent look, knowing that these were the spirits of those who had perished in the trenches. As the conflict intensified, the platoon found themselves facing a major enemy offensive. The Russian forces, determined to retake Severodonetsk, launched a massive assault on the city. The rear guard unit, now heavily outnumbered, prepared for a desperate defense. The battle raged throughout the night, with artillery shells and gunfire lighting up the sky. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers encountered supernatural phenomena that defied explanation. Ghostly figures appeared on the battlefield, their presence both unnerving and strangely comforting. Captain Petrenko, leading his men with unwavering resolve, felt a cold hand grip his shoulder. He turned to see the ghostly figure of a young woman, her eyes filled with a sorrowful determination. She nodded towards the enemy lines, and Petrenko understood these spirits were here to help. As the battle reached its climax, the ghostly apparitions joined the fight. The soldiers watched in awe as the spirits of fallen comrades and long-dead soldiers moved through the enemy ranks, sowing confusion and fear. The tide began to turn, and the Ukrainian forces rallied, pushing back the attackers. The dawn brought a grim silence to the battlefield. The enemy offensive had been repelled, but the cost was high. The rear guard unit, though victorious, had suffered heavy losses. As the soldiers tended to the wounded and counted their dead, they couldn't shake the feeling that they had been aided by something beyond this world. Captain Petrenko, reflecting on the night's events, couldn't deny the reality of the supernatural encounters. He gathered his remaining men and spoke to them about what they had experienced. The platoon, once skeptical, now believed in the spirits that had fought alongside them. In the days that followed, the stories of the ghostly soldiers and their assistants spread throughout the ranks. The rear guard unit, though battered and weary, found a renewed sense of purpose. They knew that they were not alone in their fight, that the spirits of the past were with them, guiding and protecting them. The Shadows of Severodonetsk is a long and chilling tale that captures the fear, resilience, and supernatural encounters experienced by a rearguard unit during the Russia-Ukraine War. It serves as a testament to the enduring spirit of those who fight and the haunting presence of the past and the battle-scarred landscapes of the present. This detailed narrative offers a gripping and immersive story that provides a comprehensive look at the horrors and mysteries of war. The Wraiths of Kharkiv, a long and chilling tale of the Russia-Ukraine War. Kharkiv, one of Ukraine's largest cities, became a critical battleground in the Russia-Ukraine War. The city saw some of the most intense fighting, leaving it heavily damaged and littered with the scars of war. As Ukrainian forces reclaimed control from Russian troops, they encountered not just the remnants of battle, but also something far more terrifying. Operation Phoenix, the reclamation of Kharkiv. In early 2023, Ukrainian forces launched Operation Phoenix, a daring and decisive mission to reclaim Kharkiv from Russian occupation. The operation was marked by intense urban warfare, with soldiers fighting street by street, building by building, to retake their city. Captain Mitro Sokolov, a seasoned officer, led a Special Forces unit tasked with critical operations behind enemy lines. Their mission was to disrupt supply lines, gather intelligence, and assist in the coordinated assault on key enemy positions. As the operation progressed, they witnessed firsthand the horrors of war and the resilience of Kharkiv's defenders. The initial phase of Operation Phoenix was successful. Ukrainian forces managed to reclaim significant portions of Kharkiv, pushing Russian troops back. However, the victory came at a high cost, with many lives lost and countless buildings reduced to rubble. One evening, Captain Sokolov's unit was ordered to secure an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The factory, once a bustling industrial complex, now stood as a haunting reminder of Kharkiv's past. As they moved through the dilapidated building, they found evidence of recent occupation Russian equipment, hastily abandoned supplies, and makeshift defensive positions. However, it wasn't the enemy presence that unnerved the soldiers. Strange symbols were scrawled on the walls in what appeared to be blood, and the air was thick with an oppressive sense of dread. Private Serhiy, the youngest member of the team, swore he heard faint whispers echoing through the halls, though no one else seemed to hear them. The haunting at the factory. As night fell, the unit set up a temporary base within the factory, preparing for a dawn assault on a nearby enemy position. The soldiers took turns keeping watch, their nerves already frayed from the day's combat. It was during Sergeant Mykola's watch that the first real encounter occurred. Sitting near a makeshift fire, Mykola noticed a flickering light at the far end of the factory floor. Thinking it might be an enemy scout, he moved cautiously towards it. As he approached, he saw the figure of a man in a Soviet-era uniform, standing perfectly still. Mykola called out, but the figure didn't respond. Suddenly, the man turned, revealing a face twisted in pain and eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. Terrified, Mykola raised his weapon, but the figure vanished before his eyes. Shaken, he returned to his comrades, only to find them staring at him in confusion. None of them had seen the figure, but they could see the fear in Mykola's eyes. Dismissing it as stress, they tried to focus on the mission ahead. The following night, the unit was ordered to investigate a large, abandoned hospital that had been used as a field hospital by the Russian forces. The hospital was infamous among the locals, who claimed it was haunted by the spirits of those who had died there during the early days of the war. As they entered the building, the soldiers were immediately struck by the eerie atmosphere. The halls were lined with old, rusting medical equipment and stained with dark, unidentifiable fluids. The smell of decay was overpowering, and the silence was oppressive. As they moved deeper into the hospital, they began to hear strange noises, soft whispers, distant footsteps, and the occasional clatter of metal. Private Serhiy, already on edge, was the first to see the apparitions. In one of the operating rooms, he saw a group of ghostly figures dressed in old medical uniforms, their faces obscured by surgical masks. They appeared to be performing some kind of procedure on a shadowy figure lying on the table. Serhi called out to his comrades, but when they arrived, the apparitions had disappeared. The only evidence left behind was the unsettling feeling that they were not alone. The further the unit ventured into the hospital, the more intense the encounters became. In the morgue, Captain Sokolov found old, brittle documents detailing experimental procedures conducted on patients during the Soviet era. The more he read, the more he realized that the hospital had a dark history of unethical medical experiments, many of which had resulted in the deaths of patients. As they explored the morgue, the temperature dropped suddenly and a thick fog began to form around them. Out of the fog emerged ghostly figures, victims of the experiments, their faces contorted in agony. The soldiers tried to leave, but the doors slammed shut, trapping them inside. Sergeant Mikola, who had encountered the apparition at the factory, was the first to feel a cold hand grip his shoulder. He turned to see a spectral figure with hollow eyes staring at him. The fear was overwhelming, and Mikola collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After what felt like an eternity, the fog lifted and the doors to the morgue reopened. The soldiers, now thoroughly shaken, decided to regroup in the hospital's courtyard. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by an unsettling sight, a line of ghostly soldiers standing at attention in the moonlight, their faces expressionless and their eyes empty. Captain Sokolov, a rational man, struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. He ordered his men to stand down, hoping that the apparitions would disappear. Instead, the ghostly soldiers began to march towards them, their footsteps echoing eerily in the night. The soldiers backed away, but the apparitions continued to advance. It was Private Serhi who finally broke the silence. "We have to leave this place," he said, his voice trembling. "These are the spirits of those who died here. They won't rest until we do." The unit retreated from the hospital, leaving behind the haunted halls and the spirits that lingered there. They reported their experiences to their superiors, but their accounts were met with skepticism and disbelief. The official explanation was that the soldiers were suffering from battle fatigue and stress. However, among the soldiers, the story of the haunted hospital spread quickly. They spoke of the ghostly figures, the oppressive atmosphere, and the feeling of being watched. Many began to avoid the area, unwilling to face the supernatural horrors that lurked within the ruins. Despite their terrifying experiences, Captain Sokolov and his unit were soon redeployed to the front lines. The war continued, and the horrors of the haunted hospital were replaced by the daily reality of combat. However, the memories of their encounters lingered, a constant reminder of the unseen forces that haunted the battle-scarred city of Kharkiv. In the months that followed, reports of supernatural encounters continued to emerge from various parts of the conflict zone. Soldiers spoke of ghostly apparitions, unexplained phenomena, and the ever-present feeling of being watched. These stories, whether born from the trauma of war or from genuine encounters with the unknown, added an extra layer of terror to an already brutal conflict. The Wraith of Kharkiv is a long and chilling tale that captures the fear and mystery experienced by soldiers in the haunted battlefields of the Russia-Ukraine war. It is a story that blurs the lines between reality and the supernatural, reflecting the deep psychological impact of the conflict on those who fight it. As long as the war continues, the ghost of Kharkiv will remain, haunting the ruins and the memories of those who fought there. This extended narrative offers a detailed account of the supernatural encounters faced by Ukrainian soldiers, providing a gripping and immersive story that captures the horror and mystery of the haunted battlefields. The Ape Canyon Incident 19-4. Location: near Mount St. Helens, Washington. In July 1924, a group of 5 miners, Fred Beck, Gabe Lefevre, John Peterson, Marion Smith, and Smith's son Roy, set out to prospect for gold in a remote canyon near Mount St. Helens, Washington. This area, later named Ape Canyon, was dense with forest and rugged terrain, creating an isolated and eerie setting for their expedition. During their prospecting, the miners began noticing strange, large footprints around their camp. These prints were much larger than a human's and appeared to be bipedal. The miners initially thought they might belong to a bear, but the sheer size and shape of the prints led them to suspect something more mysterious. Fred Beck claimed that he and the others saw glimpses of large, ape-like creatures during their time in the area. According to Beck, one of these sightings led him to shoot at a creature with his rifle, possibly wounding it. This event is believed to have triggered the subsequent attack on their cabin. On the night of July 12, 1924, the miners' cabin came under siege. The miners described hearing loud thumping sounds, rocks being thrown at the cabin, and the cabin walls being pummeled by what seemed to be large, heavy creatures. The attackers, whom the miners described as mountain devils or ape men, were relentless. The miners used their rifles to shoot through gaps in the cabin walls, attempting to fend off the creatures. They reported seeing dark, hulking figures moving around outside the cabin in the moonlight. The assault continued throughout the night, with the miners fearing for their lives as the creatures attempted to break into the cabin. The miners described the creatures as large, ape-like beings covered in dark hair. They estimated the creatures to be around 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and muscular builds. The creatures were bipedal and seemed to have some intelligence, coordinating their attacks on the cabin. As dawn approached, the attacks finally subsided. The exhausted and terrified miners decided to abandon their prospecting operation. They quickly packed up their belongings and left the area, heading back to civilization to report their harrowing experience. The miners' story quickly spread, capturing the public's imagination. Newspapers across the country reported on the ape men of Mount St. Helens, and the story became a sensation. Skeptics and believers alike debated the veracity of the miners' claims. Several skeptics suggested that the miners might have been the victims of a prank by other miners or locals who wanted to scare them away from the area. Others theorized that the miners could have misinterpreted the behavior of bears or other wildlife, though the miners insisted that what they encountered was far from ordinary. The Ape Canyon incident has since become a cornerstone of Bigfoot lore. The area where the incident took place was named Ape Canyon in honor of the events. Over the years, many researchers, cryptozoologists, and enthusiasts have visited the area in hopes of uncovering more evidence of the creatures described by the miners. Following their harrowing escape, the miners reported their encounter to local authorities and shared their story with the press. This led to a wave of public interest and speculation. While some people were fascinated and believed the miner's account, others were skeptical and sought more rational explanations. In the weeks following the incident, some investigators and curious locals ventured into Ape Canyon to search for evidence of the creatures. They found large footprints and signs of rock throwing, but no definitive proof of the ape men. These findings, while intriguing, were not enough to conclusively prove the miner's story. Several theories were proposed to explain the miner's experience. Some suggested that the miners might have encountered a group of pranksters or rival prospectors trying to scare them away. Others speculated that the miners might have misidentified common animals, such as bears, under the stress and fear of their isolation in the wilderness. Fred Beck continued to assert the truth of his experience in Ape Canyon. In his 1967 book, I Fought the Apemen of Mt. St. Helens, Beck expanded on his original account, adding a mystical dimension to the story. He claimed that the creatures were not merely physical beings, but had supernatural or interdimensional qualities. Beck believed that the ape men could move between different planes of existence, which explained their sudden appearances and disappearances. Beck's book also described other strange occurrences in the area, such as unusual lights in the sky and eerie sounds, suggesting that Ape Canyon might be a hotspot for paranormal activity. These claims further fuel the legend of the Ape Canyon incident and added to the mystique surrounding the story. The Ape Canyon incident remains one of the most famous and enduring stories in the lore of Bigfoot and cryptozoology. It has inspired countless books, documentaries, and discussions among enthusiasts and skeptics alike. The canyon itself has become a pilgrimage site for those interested in the unexplained and the mysterious. In recent years, modern researchers and adventurers have continued to explore Ape Canyon in search of evidence. Some have conducted expeditions equipped with advanced technology, such as trail cameras and audio recording devices, to capture any potential evidence of the creatures. While no conclusive proof has been found, the area continues to yield intriguing findings that keep the legend alive. The story of the Ape Canyon incident has permeated popular culture, influencing a wide range of media. It has been referenced in television shows, movies, and literature, often cited as a classic example of an encounter with Bigfoot. The incident has also contributed to the broader mythos of Bigfoot, reinforcing the idea of the creature as a mysterious and elusive being that inhabits the remote wilderness of North America. The miners were deeply affected by the incident. They were genuinely terrified during the attack and felt their lives were in danger. This intense fear and stress were evident in their descriptions of the event and their hurried departure from the area. Fred Beck, in particular, spoke about the psychological toll the encounter had on him and his fellow miners. Their fear was not just of physical harm, but of encountering something completely unknown and inexplicable. The Ape Canyon incident of 1924 is a deeply intriguing and complex story that blends elements of adventure, mystery, and the unknown. The miners' detailed accounts, the physical evidence found at the site, and the subsequent investigations have all contributed to its status as a legendary encounter in Bigfoot folklore. Whether seen as a genuine encounter with unknown creatures, a case of mistaken identity, or a cleverly orchestrated hoax. The story of Ape Canyon continues to captivate and inspire those who seek to uncover the truth behind one of America's most famous cryptozoological mysteries. The encounter in the wilderness. During a training exercise deep in the remote forests of the Pacific Northwest, a group of U.S. soldiers found themselves on high alert. Their mission was straightforward: navigate through the dense woods, conduct reconnaissance, and return to base with their findings. But the forest had other plans for them. Sergeant Hayes, a seasoned soldier with a keen sense of danger, led the group. The air was crisp, and the trees stood tall like ancient guardians. The soldiers moved silently, their eyes scanning for any signs of movement. The forest, however, seemed unusually still, as if holding its breath. Night fell quickly in the woods, and the soldiers set up a small camp. They gathered around the fire, the flickering flames casting eerie shadows. Conversations were hushed, the usual camaraderie replaced by an uneasy tension. Private Jackson was on watch when he heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to echo through the trees. He strained his ears, trying to pinpoint the source. His heart raced as the growl came again, this time closer. "Sergeant, you need to hear this," Jackson whispered urgently, rousing Hayes from his light sleep. Hayes listened, his expression hardening. "Stay alert. We might not be alone out here." The night dragged on, the soldiers taking turns on watch. Each time the growling seemed to get nearer, accompanied by heavy footsteps that made the ground tremble slightly. It was unlike anything they had encountered before. At dawn they found tracks near their camp large, humanoid footprints that dwarf even the biggest soldier's boot. The prints were fresh, leading deeper into the forest. Curiosity and duty compelled them to follow the trail. As they moved deeper into the woods, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The trees seemed to close in around them, and the air grew thick with tension. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence, sending birds flapping wildly into the sky. The soldiers froze, their eyes darting around for the source of the sound. Then they saw it, a massive, shadowy figure moving between the trees. It was covered in dark fur, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. It stood on two legs, towering over the men. "Bigfoot," someone whispered, though no one dared to move. The creature stared at them for a moment that felt like an eternity, then turned and disappeared into the forest with surprising agility. The soldiers were left in stunned silence, the encounter shaking them to their core. Sergeant Hayes ordered a hasty retreat, knowing that whatever they had encountered was beyond their understanding and capabilities. They made their way back to base, the forest's oppressive silence following them all the way. Back at base, the soldiers shared their experience with a mix of disbelief and awe. Some were skeptical, others convinced they had come face to face with the legendary Bigfoot. Their superiors listened, but offered no explanation, advising them to focus on the mission and not the mysteries of the forest. Though they returned to their duties, the memory of that encounter lingered. The soldiers knew that in the vast wilderness there were things beyond their comprehension, and sometimes the legends held more truth than fiction. Shadows in the northern forest. The dense forests of the Pacific Northwest were known for their impenetrable foliage and haunting silence. Sergeant Tom Reynolds and his squad were on a routine training mission, navigating through the rugged terrain. The mission was to test their endurance and survival skills, but what they encountered was something beyond their training. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, the squad set up a temporary camp. The fire crackled, its light flickering on the faces of the soldiers. Conversations were kept to a minimum, each man lost in his thoughts. Private Eric Hansen, a young soldier with a keen eye, was on the first watch. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustling of leaves. Hours passed uneventfully until a faint, rhythmic thudding caught his attention. It was distant but distinct, unlike any animal sound he had ever heard. Sergeant Reynolds, Hansen called softly, not wanting to alarm the others. Reynolds approached, his face etched with concern. "What is it, Hansen?" "Listen," Hansen whispered, pointing into the darkness. Reynolds strained his ears, the sound growing louder, coming closer. It was as if something massive was moving through the forest, each step reverberating through the ground. "Wake the others," Reynolds ordered, his voice tense. The soldiers were roused quickly, their senses on high alert. They formed a defensive perimeter, rifles ready. The thudding grew louder, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the shadows. Standing at least 8 feet tall, it was covered in dark, matted fur. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, reddish hue, and its breath came in heavy, visible puffs in the cold night air. "Bigfoot," someone whispered, breaking the stunned silence. The creature stood still, watching them with an intelligence that belied its beastly appearance. The soldiers held their breath, unsure of whether to engage or retreat. Reynolds, trying to keep his composure, took a step forward. "We're not here to harm you," he said, hoping the creature understood. To their astonishment, the creature grunted and turned, disappearing back into the forest with a speed and agility that defied its size. The soldiers were left in stunned silence, the reality of what they had seen slowly sinking in. Reynolds ordered them to pack up and move out, not wanting to risk another encounter. They navigated through the forest, the sense of being watched never leaving them. Back at base, they reported their encounter. Their superiors listened, but seemed skeptical, advising them to focus on their training and not let their imaginations get the better of them. But the squad knew what they had seen. The memory of the encounter stayed with them, a reminder that some legends hold more truth than they are given credit for. As the years passed, the soldiers went their separate ways, but the bond forged in those haunted woods remained strong. They never spoke openly about the encounter, knowing that most would dismiss their story as a product of fear and exhaustion. But they knew better. In the deep, dark forests of the north, shadows move, and sometimes those shadows are real. 1960s, 1962, Oregon. A National Guard unit conducting training exercises in the forest of Oregon reported hearing strange howls and finding large, unidentified footprints. This incident sparked local interest and led to further investigations. 1970s, 1971, Fort Lewis, Washington. Soldiers stationed at Fort Lewis reported a series of sightings of a large, hairy creature in the surrounding forest. Several soldiers claimed to have seen the creature, leading to a brief search operation which turned up large, unidentifiable footprints. 1980s, 1980, Fort Benning, Georgia. During a training mission, a group of soldiers encountered a tall, bipedal creature covered in hair. They reported the encounter to their superiors, who conducted a brief investigation but found no concrete evidence. 1987, Northern California. Soldiers from a nearby military base on a survival training mission reported hearing strange noises and finding large footprints. They described the sounds as howls and grunts, unlike any known animal. 1990s. 1994, Eastern Washington. A group of reservists conducting a navigation exercise in the forest reported seeing a large, bipedal creature. They followed the tracks for several miles before losing them in dense underbrush. 1999, Idaho. During a field training exercise, a unit reported encountering a large, hairy creature at dusk. They observed it from a distance before it disappeared into the woods. 2000 for Fort Bragg, North Carolina. A team of soldiers on a night training exercise reported seeing a large, hairy figure moving through the trees. They described a creature as approximately 7 feet tall with broad shoulders. 2007, Fort Stewart, Georgia. Soldiers conducting maneuvers in the forest reported finding large footprints and hearing strange noises at night. Some soldiers claimed to have briefly seen a large, dark figure moving quickly through the trees. 2010s, 2013, Washington State. During a survival training course, a group of soldiers reported hearing howls and finding large footprints. They were unable to identify the source of the sounds or the prints. 2018, Northern California. Soldiers on a training mission reported a close encounter with a large, hairy creature. They described it as approximately 8 feet tall, with reddish-brown fur, and it reportedly fled when approached. While there may not be widely publicized or officially documented reports of Bigfoot encounters by soldiers between 2018 and 2024, it is possible that some incidents have occurred but have not been reported or received significant media attention. Here's a hypothetical timeline based on the trend of sightings: 2018 to 2024, 2019. Fort Campbell, Kentucky, Tennessee. During a night training exercise, a group of soldiers reported hearing loud, unusual howls and finding large footprints the next morning. Some soldiers claim to have seen a large, shadowy figure moving quickly through the woods. 2020, Joint Base Lewis McChord, Washington. A unit conducting survival training in a remote area, the base reported multiple instances of strange noises at night and the discovery of large, human-like footprints. Some soldiers believe they saw a large, bipedal creature moving among the trees. 2021, Fort Carson, Colorado. Soldiers on a wilderness navigation exercise reported encountering a tall, hairy figure at dusk. The creature reportedly watched them from a distance before retreating into the forest. 2022, Fort Drum, New York. During a winter training mission, a group of soldiers reported finding large, barefoot tracks in the snow. They described the tracks as too large to be human and leading into a densely forested area. 2023, Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. Soldiers on a field training exercise reported hearing strange vocalizations at night and finding large, unidentifiable footprints. Some soldiers claim to have seen a large, dark figure moving quickly through the forest. 2024, Northern Washington State. A National Guard unit reported encountering a large, hairy creature during a training mission in a remote forest. They described it as approximately 8 feet tall with dark fur, and it reportedly fled when they attempted to approach. These hypothetical reports reflect the ongoing interest and mystery surrounding Bigfoot sightings, especially in regions with dense forests and rugged terrain. Such encounters, if they occur, often remain anecdotal and lack substantial evidence. The Cursed Battlefield. Near a small southern town lies a battlefield from the Civil War, now a historical site visited by tourists and history enthusiasts. However, locals avoid the area at night, claiming it is haunted by the spirits of soldiers who perished in the fierce battle that took place there. A group of soldiers stationed at a nearby military base heard the rumors and decided to investigate. Among them was Sergeant Lisa, a skeptic who didn't believe in ghosts. One night, she and a few of her comrades ventured onto the battlefield with flashlights and cameras, determined to debunk the local legends. As they walked through the tall grass and among the old cannons, they felt an eerie presence. The air was thick with a sense of sorrow and loss. Suddenly, the group heard faint voices and the sound of musket fire. Startled, they scanned the area but saw nothing. Lisa led the group to an old, weathered monument dedicated to the soldiers who had fought and died there. As they stood before the monument, the temperature dropped sharply, and a dance fog began to roll in. Out of the mist, ghostly figures of soldiers began to materialize, their faces etched with pain and fear. One of the apparitions, a young soldier with a blood-stained uniform, approached Lisa. He looked at her with bleeding eyes and whispered, "Help us." Lisa, who had always been practical and unflappable, felt a surge of compassion. She asked the ghost how she could help. The young soldier pointed to a mass grave marked by a simple wooden cross. Lisa and her comrades followed him to the site. The ghost explained that he and his fellow soldiers had been buried without proper rites, and their souls could not find peace. Determined to help, Lisa and her team contacted the local historical society and arranged for a proper ceremony to honor the fallen soldiers. A few days later, a priest conducted a service, and the soldiers were finally laid to rest with the respect they deserved. That night, as Lisa and her comrades stood on the battlefield once more, they saw the ghostly figures of the soldiers appearing one last time. This time their expressions were peaceful, and they slowly faded away into the night, finally free from their earthly torment. Lisa, once a skeptic, now believed in the power of honoring the past. She and her comrades left the battlefield, knowing they had made a difference for the restless spirits of the soldiers who had once fought and died there. The ghostly encounter in Normandy. After the grueling battle on the beaches of Normandy, the Allied forces had successfully established a foothold. The blood-stained sands and remnants of fierce combat bore silent testimony to the bravery and sacrifice of thousands. Among the soldiers was Lieutenant Robert Hayes, a young officer from the United States who had just survived one of the most harrowing days of his life. As night fell, the exhausted troop set up camp near the edge of a dense forest that bordered the beach. The men were wary and on edge, knowing that the enemy could be lurking anywhere. Robert volunteered for the night watch, unable to sleep after the adrenaline-fueled day. As Robert patrolled the perimeter, he noticed a faint light flickering deep within the forest. Curious and cautious, he decided to investigate, thinking it might be a signal from enemy scouts. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew brighter, and he heard the faint sound of singing, a hauntingly beautiful melody that seemed to echo through the trees. The light led Robert to a small clearing, where he saw a group of soldiers sitting around a campfire. They wore uniforms that looked old and tattered, and their faces were pale and gaunt. Robert realized with a start that these were not his comrades. The soldiers seemed unaware of his presence, lost in their own world. He stepped closer and listened to their conversation. They spoke in hushed tones about battles long past, their voices filled with sorrow and longing. Robert recognized some of the place names they mentioned. They were battles from World War I. Confused and intrigued, he approached the group, but as he did, one of the soldiers turned to face him. The soldier's eyes were hollow, and his expression was one of deep sadness. "We've been waiting," the ghostly figure said, "waiting for peace that never came." Robert felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he was in the presence of spirits who had been trapped in the forest for decades, unable to find rest. These were soldiers who had fought and died in the previous war, their souls still haunted by the horrors they had experienced. Determined to help, Robert asked the ghostly soldier what he could do. The soldier pointed to an old, overgrown grave at the edge of the clearing. "We were buried without honor," he said. "Lay us to rest properly, and we may finally find peace." The next morning, Robert told his commanding officer about the encounter. Skeptical but willing to support his men, the officer allowed Robert to lead a small group back to the clearing. They carefully excavated the grave and found the remains of several soldiers, along with personal effects that confirmed their identities. With solemn respect, the soldiers held a proper burial ceremony, honoring the fallen with military rites. As they finished, Robert felt a sense of relief wash over him. He looked up and saw the ghostly figures standing at the edge of the clearing, their faces now peaceful. One by one they faded away, their spirits finally at rest. The story of the ghostly encounter and Normandy spread among the troops, becoming a legend that reminded everyone of the cost of war and the importance of honoring those who had sacrificed their lives. For Robert, it was a profound experience that stayed with him long after the war had ended, a reminder of the unseen bonds that connect all soldiers across time. The ghosts of the Eastern Front. During World War II, the Eastern Front was the site of some of the most brutal and devastating battles. One particular area, known as the Forest of the Lost, became infamous among soldiers. It was a dense, dark forest on the border between Germany and the Soviet Union, and many soldiers who entered it never returned. One cold winter night in 1943, a small squad of German soldiers was sent on a reconnaissance mission into the forest. Their orders were to gather intelligence on Soviet troop movements. Among them was a young soldier named Heinrich, who had heard the rumors about the haunted forest, but dismissed them as superstitions. As the squad ventured deeper into the forest, a thick fog began to roll in, obscuring their vision. The trees seemed to close in around them, and the air grew colder. Suddenly they heard faint whispers and saw flickering lights in the distance. The squad leader ordered them to proceed cautiously, thinking it might be a Soviet patrol. But as they moved closer, the whispers grew louder and the lights became more erratic. Heinrich felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The men began to see ghostly apparitions of soldiers from both sides, their faces twisted in agony. These spectral figures seemed to be reenacting the horrors of battle, forever trapped in a loop of violence and despair. Terrified, the squad tried to retreat, but the forest seemed to conspire against them. Paths they had taken moments before were now impassable, and the fog grew thicker. One by one, the men began to disappear, swallowed by the forest or taken by the ghostly soldiers. Heinrich found himself alone. Desperately trying to find his way out, he stumbled upon an old, abandoned bunker. Inside, he discovered a journal belonging to a Soviet soldier named Ivan. The journal described how Ivan and his comrades had been caught in a brutal battle in the forest and how they, too, had encountered the ghostly apparitions. The final entry in Ivan's journal revealed a chilling detail. The forest was cursed. The spirits of the fallen soldiers were bound to the land, reliving their final moments over and over. The only way to escape the curse was to find and destroy a hidden relic, a medallion buried deep within the forest, said to be the source of the curse. Determined to survive, Heinrich set out to find the medallion. Guided by the journal and the ghostly figures who seemed to want to help him, he ventured deeper into the forest. After hours of searching, he finally found the medallion buried beneath an ancient tree. With trembling hands, Heinrich destroyed the medallion. The forest seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, and the fog began to lift. The ghostly apparitions faded away, and the forest returned to an eerie silence. Heinrich, exhausted but relieved, found his way back to his unit and told them of his harrowing experience. The tale of the haunted forest and the cursed medallion became a legend among soldiers on the Eastern Front. It served as a grim reminder of the horrors of war and the restless spirits left in its wake. The haunted military camp. In the southern United States, there lies a military camp with a legend that has been passed down since World War II. This camp was once a crucial military base, and many soldiers gave their lives for their country. However, it is said that some of these soldiers never truly left. One winter night, the camp was eerily quiet. A new soldier named Jack had just been stationed there. Jack was a good soldier and never believed in ghosts or supernatural events. But that night he was assigned to guard duty alone. At midnight, Jack heard strange noises coming from the armory. It sounded like metal clashing and indistinct whispers. He decided to investigate, but found nothing. Jack tried to convince himself that the noises came from animals or natural causes. As Jack was about to return to his post, he felt a cold breeze from behind. When he turned around, he saw a shadowy figure of a soldier standing in the darkness. Jack called out, "Who's there?" but received no response. The shadow moved closer, and Jack felt an icy chill envelop his body. He decided to run back to his post. He told his fellow soldiers what had happened, but no one believed him. They said he was probably just tired and imagining things. The next night, Jack was on guard duty again. This time, he brought a tape recorder hoping to capture the strange noises he had heard before. At midnight, the strange noises returned. Jack turned on the recorder and followed the sounds to the armory. He saw the shadowy figure again, clearer this time and moving distinctly. Jack tried to speak to it, but still there was no response. Jack decided to follow the shadow. It led him to an old, sealed-off room. Inside, Jack found an old journal belonging to a soldier named John, who'd served at the camp. The journal detailed John's battles and his death on the battlefield. John's body had never been recovered. Jack told his commanding officer about what he had found. The next day, they researched the history of the soldier named John and discovered that his body was indeed buried somewhere in the camp, unrecognized and unhonored. Once John's remains were properly honored and given a respectful burial, the strange occurrences at the camp ceased. Those who served there felt they had restored peace to a fallen soldier. Jack and John's story became a legend told and retold within the camp. The lighthouse keeper's last stand. On a remote island off the coast of Maine, there stood an old lighthouse known for guiding ships safely through treacherous waters. The lighthouse had been manned by generations of keepers, each dedicated to their duty, but one keeper in particular became a legend. His name was Thomas Grayson. Thomas was a solitary man committed to his work. He had lived in the lighthouse for decades, witnessing countless storms and shipwrecks. But it was the winter of 1920 that marked the most harrowing chapter of his life. A massive storm hit the island, bringing with it waves as high as houses and winds that howl like banshees. On the night of the storm, a ship was caught in the turmoil, its distress signal barely visible through the raging tempest. Thomas knew he had to guide the ship to safety. Battling the fierce winds, Thomas climbed the lighthouse and lit the beacon. But the storm was relentless, and the light alone was not enough. As he looked out over the water, he saw ghostly figures of sailors who had perished in previous shipwrecks. They seemed to beckon him, pointing towards the cliffs. Determined to save the ship, Thomas ventured out into the storm, following the apparitions. He reached the edge of the cliffs and found an old, rusted signal flare. Lighting it, he waved it desperately, creating a second beacon. Miraculously, the ship saw the signal and managed to steer clear of the rocks, finding safe harbor. Exhausted, Thomas returned to the lighthouse, but as he did, he saw the ghostly figures again. This time they were smiling, as if thanking him for his efforts. The next morning, the storm had passed, but Thomas was nowhere to be found. The lighthouse was intact, the beacon still shining, but Thomas had vanished without a trace. Some say he was taken by the spirits of the sailors he had saved, while others believe he simply succumbed to the elements. To this day, the lighthouse is still operational, and on stormy nights, some claim to see the ghostly figure of Thomas Grayson standing at the top, his light guiding ships to safety. The tale of the lighthouse keeper's last stand is a haunting reminder of bravery and the mysteries of the sea. The Phantom Plane Squadron. During World War II, in the skies over the Pacific Theater, there was a squadron of American pilots known as the Black Eagles. They were renowned for their bravery and skill in dogfights against the Japanese forces. However, one mission would turn their legacy into a haunting legend. In the summer of 1944, the Black Eagles were tasked with a dangerous mission. to intercept a Japanese fleet and prevent them from reaching a strategic Allied base. The squadron, led by Captain Jack Harper, took off from their aircraft carrier at dawn. The skies were clear, and morale was high as they approached the target. A thick bank of clouds suddenly enveloped their planes. Communication was lost, and the pilots struggled to maintain formation. The clouds were unnaturally dark, and strange electrical storms crackled around them. Despite their efforts, the squadron was completely disoriented. When the clouds finally cleared, the Black Eagles found themselves in an unfamiliar part of the Pacific. They were low on fuel and had no choice but to attempt an emergency landing on a small, uncharted island. As they descended, they saw the wreckage of several planes scattered across the island's dense jungle, some of which appeared to be decades old. The pilots managed to land safely, but were stranded with no way to communicate with their carrier. As they explored the island, they discovered that it was not just any island. It was a graveyard of lost aircraft from various eras. The remains of pilots from different wars were scattered among the wreckage. Stranger still, as night fell, the island seemed to come alive with ghostly apparitions of pilots from different nations and periods. These phantoms appeared to be reliving their final moments, trapped in a perpetual cycle of attempting to complete their missions. Captain Harper and his men tried to piece together the mystery of the island. They found an old journal belonging to a World War I pilot, which recounted similar experiences of strange storms and lost squadrons. The journal spoke of an ancient curse placed upon the island by its original inhabitants, who sought to protect it from invaders. Determined to break the curse and escape the island, Harper and his men gathered the journals and relics they found. They performed the ritual described in the journal, hoping to appease the spirits and lift the curse. As they did, the ghostly apparitions began to fade, and a sense of calm settled over the island. At dawn, the pilots heard the sound of a rescue plane. Their carrier had sent out a search party after losing contact with them. Harper and his men were finally rescued, but the island, along with its eerie secrets, remained shrouded in mystery. The story of the Phantom Plane Squadron and the Cursed Island became a legend among pilots and sailors. It served as a chilling reminder of the unknown dangers that lurk in the vast expanse of the Pacific and the restless spirits of those who had been lost to its depths. The Phantom Soldier, Fort Hallow. In the heart of a dense forest in the southern United States, there lies an abandoned military fort known as Fort Hallow. The fort, once bustling with soldiers during the Civil War, now stands silent and decaying. However, locals whisper about the ghostly presence of a soldier who roams the grounds at night. One evening, a young military historian named Mark decided to visit Fort Hallow. He had heard the stories and wanted to investigate them for his research. Armed with a flashlight and a digital recorder, Mark ventured into the fort just as the sun began to set. As darkness fell, the air grew colder. Mark explored the dilapidated barracks, the old mess hall, and the crumbling watchtowers. He saw nothing unusual until he reached the fort's old infirmary. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the empty halls. Mark followed the sounds, his heart pounding in his chest. The footsteps led him to a room that once served as a medical ward. There, In the dim light, he saw the faint outline of a soldier in a tattered uniform, sitting on a cot and staring out the window. Mark tried to speak to the figure, but it remained silent. He began to record the encounter, describing the scene and the ghostly soldier. As he did, the soldier turned to face him, and Mark felt a chill run down his spine. The soldier's eyes were empty, yet filled with a deep sadness. The ghostly figure slowly stood up and walked toward Mark, who instinctively stepped back. The soldier stopped in front of him and raised his hand, pointing to a corner of the room. Mark shone his flashlight in that direction and discovered a hidden compartment in the wall. Inside the compartment, Mark found a bundle of old letters and a faded photograph of a young woman. The letters reveal that the soldier, named Thomas, had been deeply in love with the woman in the photo. He had died of wounds sustained in battle, never having had the chance to say goodbye to his beloved. Mark realized that Thomas's spirit had been trapped in the fort, unable to rest until his story was known. He carefully collected the letters and the photograph, promising to share Thomas's story with the world. As Mark left the infirmary, he glanced back and saw the ghostly figure of Thomas standing by the window, a faint smile on his face. The fort felt different now, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thomas's spirit was finally at peace. The vanishing battalion of Verdun during World War I. In the thick of the Battle of Verdun, a battalion of soldiers was sent on a crucial mission to secure a strategic position. The orders were clear, but the terrain was unforgiving, and the fog that rolled in was thicker than ever before. The battalion, consisting of 300 men, marched into the mist and was never seen again. For years their disappearance was a mystery. There were no signs of battle, no bodies, no equipment left behind. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Some believe they had been captured. Others thought they had been swallowed by the earth itself. Decades later, during World War II, a new set of soldiers was stationed in the same region. One night, a young lieutenant named James and his unit heard strange noises coming from the forest. Despite the warnings from the locals, they decided to investigate. As they ventured deeper into the fog, they stumbled upon an old, abandoned trench. Inside, they found remnants of uniforms and equipment from World War I. The insignias matched those of the vanished battalion. James and his men felt an eerie presence and began to hear faint whispers in the air, as if the lost soldiers were trying to communicate. The whispers grew louder, guiding them to a hidden underground bunker. Inside the bunker, they found journals and letters from the lost battalion detailing their final days. The writings reveal that the soldiers had experienced strange phenomena, ghostly apparitions, mysterious lights, and a sense of impending doom. It was clear that something supernatural had befallen them. Just as James was about to leave the bunker, the ghostly figure of a soldier appeared before him. The spirit, with a look of desperation, handed James a final letter addressed to the battalion's families. The apparition then slowly faded away, leaving James and his men in stunned silence. Determined to bring closure to the families, James took the letters and returned to his base. The story of the vanished battalion spread quickly, and the letters were eventually delivered to the descendants of the lost soldiers. The mystery of their disappearance remained unsolved. but their spirits were finally at peace. This tale of the vanishing battalion became a legend, reminding everyone of the sacrifices and the unexplained mysteries of war.
If you enjoyed today's story, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel, Mystical Tales, so you won't miss out on more eerie and thrilling tales in the future. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.